Ladies and gentlemen, please remain upstanding for the national anthem of India.
Well, some nerve.
From the player's point of view, at this stage, once you get out on the ground, you really just want to get on with the playing, and that's the only way you can get rid of the nerves. Just going back to that, to the toss and Ganguly's decision, you just suspect that, that one of the other reasons why he might have done it is because he feels there is a little bit of moisture there. There might be a bit of movement around earlier on, and he wanted to protect his batting lineup from facing Glenn McGrath and Brett Lee early on. And if you're doing it for that reason, then it's the wrong reason.
The key factor in a World Cup final like this, there's going to be a lot of noise. India have got a great amount of support over in South Africa. There's plenty of Australians there, as we saw during the national anthems. The key is to settle down. How quickly have you got to settle down? And you know, if you do bowl a couple of ordinary overs initially, you know, that can really set a pattern for the game.
Yeah, I think the best thing is, you know, the bowlers, you just want to get on and bowl a couple of deliveries. It's, I guess, in some ways, it's not bad for the opening batsman because you get out there first. You don't have to sit around and wait and get nervous. A lot of guys like to get out there early and just hit the ball. So I think that's the thing. Probably for the fielding side, you at least get the chance to settle everybody down early on, and that then means that your batsmen are reasonably settled when they go to bat this afternoon. But if you're chasing a big target, it's not so easy.
Yeah, the sun out in South Africa. Plenty of rain overnight and this morning, but everything seems to have settled, and the sun is shining this World Cup final. We welcome our South Australian viewers to telecast the World Cup final 2003 with the news that the Indian captain Sourav Ganguly won the toss and is elected to bowl. The Australian openers on their way out to the centre with plenty of support in the stadium, as the Indians have plenty as well. And one last thought.
I guess Ashish Nehra. So that might be a thing that'll favour India, but a very important man for Australia. Gilchrist, if he gets going, they usually post a pretty decent total.
Well, time to take you over to the Wanderers Stadium now in Johannesburg, and our commentators to kick off this World Cup final are Mark Taylor, and with him, Sanjay Mandraker.
First half and a significant movement. If that's the case, I think it's a good decision.
Yes, well, there's a few captains, and Steve Waugh comes to mind, who like to insert the opposition side, give them first use of the pitch. It can be a very useful decision, provided your bowlers back you up and you back your captain up in the field. It's made because you don't want your top order to face the Australian bowling, then it's a defensive decision. I get the feeling that Sourav Ganguly thinks there's going to be something in this pitch and there may be a bit of a swing. Well, here's Khan, and he's bowling to Gilchrist. Ooh, there was certainly some away swing there. A no ball called by umpire David Shepherd. Two extremely experienced umpires out in the middle. David Shepherd, he's at the bowler's end at the moment, and at square leg you've got Steve Buckner. Plenty of experience between those two.
Yeah, the two best umpires and two most experienced umpires in this World Cup and in the circuit, and they've had a good tournament. We talk about cricketers being in form. These two, Shepherd and Buckner, have been in excellent form in this tournament.
Oh, was there a nick there? No. It's a flash from Gilchrist. That's the way he plays. He'll play his shot right from the word go. Adam Gilchrist sees a bit of width and he goes at it.
Well, the Australians will realize that this is a different side from the one they played at the Centurion. It's a lot more confident and certainly more aggressive. Zahir Khan on the follow-through. Continue to glare at the batsman. You don't see too many Indian bowlers doing this. There was a clear message there to Gilchrist that this is a different team.
He's clubbed that down the leg side. To get at least two here. And also there's a fumble down there. Well, there's plenty of nerves out there. You can see it from the bowler. You can see it in the field. Javagal Srinath, one of the most senior men in the Indian side. Also a no ball from the bowler. Gilchrist is playing his shots as he always does from ball one. But you can just feel the tension out in the middle.
Very close to the rope. Was it a wet ball or just nerves? I think it's the latter.
That was nerves, no doubt about that. There's only two slips in place for Gilchrist at the moment. There's a little bit of swing there, a little bit of movement away from the left-handers. Two men on point for the slashing square cut. And a man down at deep third man. And there's a big healthy edge. Flies away through about fifth slip area. Well, there's certainly some swing there.
Well, he's been very reluctant through the tournament, Ganguly, to keep a gully when his bowlers are bowling with the hard new ball. And I think if at all he has to place a gully, it's today. He's won the toss, fielded first. There is some movement, definitely some movement. The bounce has always been there in the Wanderers. May not have gone to gully. It's a lot finer, but he's placed a gully now as we speak. And it's not wide. It's exactly where the ball went, the last ball. And I think it's Mohammad Kaif that's been put in at, well, it's fourth slip really, it's not gully.
It's quite an unusual position, that. Mohammad Kaif's got into about a third slip and he's now just being pushed up. Just in front of the man at second slip. Oh, and that's a loose shot from Hayden. Well, we've seen nerves from Javagal Srinath down at fine leg. And this is a nervous start from Hayden.
It's a very poor shot. Nothing in it at all. You can see that very tentative throwing of the bat at the line of the ball. Absolutely nothing shot. And some movement, definitely some movement off the deck. Every time the ball has hit the seam, it's darted around.
Zahir Khan just letting him know that he probably missed that by 10 centimetres. Matthew Hayden. That's much better.
Mark, what was that now? Was it nerves or again wet outfield?
Well, to be fair to the players, there's been quite a bit of overnight rain. There's a little bit slippery on the surface, but just watch him hair in here. There's no run. Races in, trying to save the single. The call of no straight away from Hayden. There was never a chance of a run. The fieldsman's racing in. Both sides are very nervous. I'm sure bowlers, batsmen and fieldsmen alike are just looking forward to getting through this first half hour. Oh, and that is 4 wides. Actually be 5 wides. And I think that may have been an attempted in-swinger from Zahir Khan. He got it all wrong.
The wicketkeeper not really making any attempt at all. He just made no effort to go in the direction of the ball. Stayed where he was. You can see they're not even in the picture, Dravid. But that was wide. And even had he gone in the direction, made an effort, may not have stopped those runs. It's the big finals, and I think it will take some time for the nerves to calm. I think more so for the Indians, who've been there in the World Cup final after 20 years. there in 1983.
Oh, lovely shot. Very confident start from Matthew Hayden. The first ball he played at was a loose shot. Nothing wrong with this off drive. A lot of confidence in this shot.
Well, I think it's the result of that last wide. There was hardly any pace in that one, just a release. And that's a good strong push. Quite a bit of bottom hand as well, and played it straight. It's been a long over, and Matthew Hayden will certainly feel a lot more assured after that last shot.
That's down the leg side as well, and that's brilliantly taken from Rahul Dravid. And this can be the danger sometimes when you win the toss and bowl. The bowlers can sometimes try too hard. There's a little bit of bounce in the pitch and a bit of swing for Zahir Khan. But at the moment, he's probably trying too hard. And that's a good take from Rahul Dravid. That could well have been 5 more.
Yeah, this time going for the ball was Dravid. Had a few injury problems in the last match, and it's really hurt his left hand. I think the couple of fingers, including the index finger, was hurt in the last match. So his keeping, of course, very important. Did well on that occasion.
Got one right to finish off the over. Well, 15 runs from the first over, including 8 extras. A nervous start by both sides, to be fair. 8 extras in the first over from Zahir Khan and Javagal Srinath. I'll be interested to see how Javagal bowls today. 33 years of age, plenty of experience, 229 matches, 315 wickets. He's had a good World Cup. India need him to bowl well here and set the example.
Just what India need at this stage. After the exuberance of youth, a calm experience, Srinath.
Thick outside edge, once again through the gully region. Ganguly has 3 slips in for both left-handers. Really feels there is some movement out there, but his bowlers have to get it in the right spot.
Yes, and maybe at the cost of speed as well. Zahir Khan was very much in the 140s, but the line wasn't good enough. They could sacrifice speed and get the line right. There is just that spongy bounce at the moment. The batsman is not on top of the ball. Very likely that the ball will carry to slips nicely, comfortably, at comfortable height. It's important for the length to get fuller, and the line, of course, spot on.
The slips cordon, quite unusual. 3 slips we talked about. The man who's at 3rd slip is almost back in line with the man at 2nd, and I'm not so sure that's the right spot to be. The man on the far left of your screen I'm talking about is almost on the same line as the 2nd slip man. He should be up about a metre or 2 at least. He's probably there for the slash, but what you don't want is those 2 men closest to camera getting each other's road if a catch is to come in that area.
Well, if you find his position unusual, you should watch his stance. It's even more unusual. Now he's a new member in the slip cordon for India, Mohammad Kaif, and we concentrated a lot on him in the last match. May not be fair to again get him in the spotlight, but he's got a very unusual stance for a slip fielder. Virendra Sehwag has normally been one of the slip fielders for India, but he's hurt his finger but hasn't recovered. I'm not sure whether that's the case or they've just forgotten about Sehwag. But Kaif is very much a cover fielder, brilliant at point. The slip cordon for India today, Dinesh Mongia, Ganguly at 2nd, and Mohammad Kaif at 3rd.
Well, that's a wide. It's the first one that Srinath hasn't got on the right spot. It can be difficult with these wide balls. If there is some swing around, they do tend to swing quite a bit when they're brand new. And I think you're right, Sanjay. I think India have to maybe just sacrifice a little bit of pace for getting the ball in the right spot.
Srinath generally on this World Cup has been in the 130s, so he's bowling at the same speed. Mohammad Kaif has been taken off by India, just the 2 slips. He's gone to where he's more impressive, cover point.
Matthew Hayden just trying to get himself nicely balanced at the moment, trying to keep the head still. Played a lovely off drive in the last over. The thing that I liked about the drive, apart from obviously the boundary, was how still his head was. Look at that. No real big flourish, just the head nice and still, and good balance. And that's the way you want to play the off drive, particularly against the new ball. Don't try to hit it too hard. Just get it in the middle of the bat, and it goes for 4. Big shout from the bowler and also from the keeper. Jawagal Srinath generally goes across the left-handed batsman and also often bowls from wide of the crease, so he has to try and get the ball to straighten down the line, and that's clearly pitching outside leg stump, and it's also fairly high as well.
Poor shout by Srinath, and not marginally outside the leg stump, but a fair distance outside the leg stump. And Steve Buckner, very emphatic no.
And that's a good over from Srinath though, just the 2 from it. 17 without loss, Australia. Toss and elected to bowl first. Bowler wasn't overly confident. Quite a good shout from behind the stumps. Once again, Hayden getting reasonably well forward, which always makes it tough for the umpire.
It was a strong appeal with not too much conviction. Hitting him on the knee roll, and the angle would suggest it's going to take the ball down. And of course, you mentioned the stride that he got in. I think it seems pretty good. The back foot is in fact outside the crease. Well, he's batting out of the crease.
Well, you're at that's where Matthew Hayden starts his stance. And when he takes a stride from there, he's the best part of 2.5 metres from the stumps with that front pad. And that's a much tidier over from Zahir Khan. 22 without loss after 3. 4 overs for 28 runs. Huge Indian crowd in here, Sanjay. Plenty of support for the Indians. But also quite some bit of support for the Australians as well. Lots of tour groups over here. Superb atmosphere. 2 best sides. I suppose a promoter's dream, really. The favourites, Australia, coming into the World Cup, and India, the world's most supported side.
And not often do you see smiling Indian supporters. They've been happy through the tournament. The team has made them proud. Indian cricket has always had support at all venues around the world. Not often they come out feeling proud about their team. But this team certainly has made them proud. Just floated down to the stands, and the excitement in the crowd. Even grown-ups, 50-year-olds, behaving like kids, and they want nothing else. They want India to beat Australia. They aren't proud or happy that their team is in the finals, taking on the best team in the world. Now they've got their team, the team that they support in the last 2. They want them to be number 1. Nothing less.
Well, that's gone a long way off the seam and in the air. It was almost a test match wide, that one.
The line wasn't too good, but the length was good. You can see an effort made by Zahir Khan to keep the length fuller, get it close to the left-hander with that spongy bounce where the ball is really not skidding onto the bat. That's the length to be bowled, driving length, or maybe just a little shorter. Get them to drive, get them to push at the ball.
Well, Sanjay, you talked about the Indian side and how they've made the country proud. One of the reasons for that has been their bowling and their fast bowling. It hasn't been something in recent times we've seen much of from the Indian side. They've always relied on their spinners to win games of cricket. And I think people like Zahir Khan has come on leaps and bounds in this World Cup. 18 wickets, Srinath 16 wickets, and Ashish Nehra 15 wickets as well. It's the best bowling attack or fast bowling attack I've seen India have for many, many a year. It's not quite out of the middle. Pick up 2, Matthew Hayden. With more an inside edge, but actually might pick up 3. Well, that's superb running. Superb running from Hayden. He must have been, when he first hit it, I thought he might be lucky to get one, but he turns it into 3.
Ganguly must be increasingly frustrated. He wants early wickets. He's taken a bold decision to put the opposition in. But at the moment, the batter is certainly dominating the ball, which has had a tendency of being wavered in the first about 25 minutes of play that we've seen.
And another wide down the leg side again from Zahir Khan. Really is struggling, Zahir Khan, to get it right. I'll tell you who's not struggling is Matthew Hayden. Any youngsters watching at home want to work out how to run between wickets. Just watch this. His inside edge, quick call of yes. Runs the first 2 runs very hard, Matthew Hayden. Turns the right way, has a look, and realises there's another run to be had. Excellent cricket from the opening batsman of Australia. Picked up 1, if not 2 extra runs from an inside edge.
You mentioned about this bowling attack that India has, and of course they've got 4 genuine bowlers playing virtually through the tournament, and all 4 wicket takers for India. Harbhajan Singh against Australia. Ganguly will look at him as the strike bowler, one who can take wickets. And although Zahir Khan hasn't started well, that's the luxury Ganguly has. He can be replaced very quickly in the innings by Ashish Nehra, who is equally aggressive and as much capable as Zahir Khan as picking wickets. Brett Lee has really climbed the ladder there in the lateral.
That's where you want the ball up, so that the batsman is trying to drive to score his runs rather than cut and pull.
Nine runs from the over, 46 without loss, Australia.
.46 without loss after 6 overs. First bowling change already. Ashish Nehra comes on to replace Zahir Khan. And a change in the commentary box as well. Here comes Ian Botham, and with him Ravi Shastri.
Thank you, Mark. 46 for no loss. The early round has been won by Australia. There's no doubt about that. It's prompted a bowling change a lot earlier than sort of Ganguly would have hoped for. He normally would have given Zahir Khan at least 5 overs. But he went for 28 in his 3. Can Ashish Nehra do something different?
I have to say, Ravi, looking at the first over this morning, it came as no surprise to me India winning the toss and deciding to bowl. And this morning when we were out there in the middle, I said to you, I think I'd go that way. And there was plenty in the wicket. But you've just got to get it somewhere in the right area, and whether it's the occasion, which will affect players, but whether I just wanted to say Zahir Khan just tried too hard. He suddenly wanted to be 2 or 3 miles an hour quicker than he normally is, and didn't have the control. And once you give these Australians some impedance, it's very, very hard to drag it back.
Well, you're dead right. I think with Zahir Khan, it was over-enthusiasm. He's in his first World Cup final, young man. In the case of Srinath, I think it's the other way around. It was the occasion. He's bowled really well right through this World Cup. And if you expected one man to deliver the ball in the right areas more consistently than the others, it was Srinath. But then he felt the pressure.
I actually would have gone different. I'd have actually given Srinath the ball first up. Old campaigner, you're my senior bowler. Show the boys how it's done. Played it that way. Sometimes you don't want to give players too long to think about it.
Again, you can see extra bounce now. He's been a revelation as far as the Indians are concerned in this World Cup. To me, the pick of the bowlers. He's one guy who'll hit the deck.
There's a little bit of movement. Look at that carry. Just got to get it up there. What happens in some bowlers, particularly young bowlers, they see the ball bounce and suddenly they start bowling too short, straining away, control goes, and suddenly Australia are 47 without loss, and they haven't really broken sweat yet.
Yes, and there's steep bounce there. Well, he's flashing. He has this habit of living dangerously, Gilchrist. He doesn't mind chancing his arm. If he has the luck with him, he'll make the opposition pay.
It's a good ball, it's seen back. Now, the ball before has bounced and left the batsman. This one has come back at Gilchrist. I think Sourav Ganguly will be scratching his head and thinking, we've shown great discipline in the last few matches. Now we've really got to work hard and drag this back. We're still in this game, but we need to drag it back. Get some control.
Gilchrist will get to. The running between the wickets too has been aggressive. And this is why they're one of the great sides in World Cricket Australia. They like to make an impression early on, dominate from the outset. This is an excellent run rate. They're off to a flyer, just one short of 50 at the moment. And they've got it in inside 7 overs. So 50 on the board, and that's the score after 7 overs. For no loss. India have to play some catch-up cricket here. Now he's doing something different. Srinath is deciding to change the angle, come around the wicket, try and cramp up the left-hander. But he doesn't. It's short and wide, and it gets the treatment. It's a no ball as well, so that won't help India in any way.
I always think it's a very dangerous ploy to come around the wicket to Gilchrist. It's a big no ball, short, and that, to me, your line's got to be perfect, your length has got to be perfect to someone like Gilchrist from around the wicket. If you're short, you know, he can hit that, as he will do through the offside. If you're straighter than that length, it goes over mid-wicket. I think it's a mistake. Srinath went past the outside edge of Gilchrist a couple of times from over the wicket. Why change it?
And also Srinath has to bowl from very wide of the crease.
Well, LBW goes out of the equation.
He's right on the edge of the crease. What he really wants is to hit a round off stump and then get the ball to straighten from there. And a single on this occasion. I just get the feeling this man loves batting on this ground. I was here about 8 months ago covering a game Australia playing South Africa in a test match, and Gilchrist took the South African attack apart. He got a double 100 here. So when you come back for a big game like a final, it lingers on your mind. You know, certain players like certain grounds. And just the memories come flooding back to your mind, and you suddenly feel upbeat, even if you're not in the greatest of form. Eight overs have been bowled. It's 66 for no loss. 66 for no loss. And have a look at the batting to come. Martin is fit, so he'll come out at 4. Now he's got to make the call here, Sourav Ganguly. I think he's got to try and get Harbhajan Singh, take the gamble. The Sri Lankans did it against Australia. You've got 2 left-handers out there. I know it's inside the first 15 overs, but you've got to take the chance.
I don't think he's got any choice, Ravi. No choice whatsoever now. There's the man. I think he might get a little bit of grip, a little bit of turn. Gives it a fair rip. With the advantage of going away predominantly from the left-handers. Let's put it this way, you can't go for any more.
Again, 2 runs comfortably taken. They're scoring at will at the moment.
Matthew Hayden will be looking at the scoreboard and wondering what's going on, but just look at that. They've won the toss. They've got a wicket that's helpful. Zaid Khan, 3 overs, none for 28. The experienced Javagal Srinath, 4 overs, none for 33. Vishesnera, well, he's holding it together.
A much better line. And you just got a feeling that the Indians were a little flat out there. Well, even the crowd realized that. They started cheering up, making a noise, trying to lift the Indian team up. The inspiration has to come from somewhere, because at the moment it's like a knockout punch early on delivered by the Australians. Just watch the body language of the Indians, and it 80 for no loss. Some big overs for the Australians. This is a dream start in a World Cup final. Dream start in any game, but to do it in a World Cup final, that's even better. And Matthew Hayden played brilliantly against the Indians in India, and played this shot extremely well. Well, a bit of chat out there. At the moment, it's the Australians who are doing the talking with the mouth and with the bat.
I think the bat's been rather effective. Just come back to that field that Harbhajan Singh had for Matthew Hayden in particular, Ravi. I think he's got it slightly wrong. I don't think he needs the man at wide, deep mid-on, deep mid-wicket. He needs to get a guy roughly on this line. Matthew Hayden's answer to him will be to play the sweep shot. So you want a guy 10 yards in front of square on the leg side and probably 10 yards behind, and say to him, OK, play the shot. If it turns and bounces, well, you'll struggle to control it.
And spot on. I think he should get rid of the mid-wicket and make him play in that area. I think the problem India have had is runs have been scored at both ends now. Harbhajan Singh might just be economical, but he needs someone at the other end to also tighten things up. Otherwise, the pressure will fall back on him.
We talk about batsmen batting in partnerships. Bowlers have got to work in partnerships as well. And, it's essential that India gets something going here. And this is not what they need. Poor old David Shepherd's going to be worn out soon.
Well, they've done everything right up to today in this tournament, at least in the last 6 games. You can see Ganguly saying, well, let's have some discipline. Just don't try too much.
There's been almost 2 overs of extra deliveries, 10 deliveries extra. Bowler knows it though, doesn't he?
And we're into the 11th over. Still just under 40 overs to go.
Now this is where it's frustrating, because when you get it in the right place, it's doing it. It's doing it for the seamers. It's bounce, the seam, movement. Again, this one nipping back, seam up. Look at that, that's coming back a long way. Now I just wonder, Glenn McGrath and Brett Lee will be watching this and thinking, well, this isn't going to change much all day. It might get maybe a little better, not so much movement, but it might get a little bit quicker. Get it in the right place. The ball will do it for you.
Well, Australia look good at this stage to get a big score, but any score in excess of 260, 270 in a final, you're under the hammer straight away. So even at 4 and over, they'll reach 240. At this stage, Australia will be looking for a score close to 300.
They don't deal in 4 and over. These guys, not after a start like this. They'll milk it in the middle overs. Once you get to the 15th over and the field spreads a bit, then they'll just look to milk it. 4, 5, 6 and over, and the boundaries will come. And I think you're looking very close to 300 here.
And this is where you need wickets.
Exactly. The best way might just be feeling his way here quietly. He hasn't had to push it because the other end, Adam Gilchrist, 45 from 35 deliveries. It takes the pressure off Matthew Hayden. He can play.
Well, there you go. The bowling has just been inconsistent. 87 for no loss after 11.
Just have a look at this last ball of the last over, Ravi. Now just look at that move. It seem just it's there.
That's in the air, but again in the gap. It'll be cut off by Zahir Khan. Both these players like to sweep now. It was Gilchrist on this occasion.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's hard to control if it turns. And that's the shot, that's his get out of jail shot, Matthew Hayden, to keep the ball ticking over. Big turn.
There is turn there, and that's why I'm a little surprised Ganguly is standing at mid-wicket. I think he might just be better off coming just in front of the umpire, just leaving that mid-wicket position open. Well, good footwork, just giving himself room. Hayden. Well, he was magnificent when Australia came to India. They were playing on some turning tracks, but this man had an outstanding series. Got over 500 runs in that Test series, in a series where Harbhajan Singh took 32 wickets. And it was this kind of bat. And you can see he just doesn't want the bowler to settle down. He's got the ability to play shots both sides of the wicket. He's a good sweeper, he's a good driver. Twelve overs gone. It's 94 for no loss. 94 for no loss. Ashish Nehra continuing, again just going past the outside edge. Now, this is a great start by Australia, and to tell you more in the commentary box, Mike Hazeman has been joined by Richie Bennell.
Thanks, Rav. Yes, it couldn't have been better, that's for sure. The start has been outstanding, but as Ian and Ravi have been saying, there's still a little bit in this track. They just haven't got the right areas. That's been their main concern. And of course, that first over from Zahir Khan going for plenty set the trend, and Gilchrist is one of those guys who pounces on that. 46 not out at the moment, 37 balls, 7 fours and 1 6, a strike rate of 124.3. Almost an hour, so this has been startling stuff from Gilchrist in a final. Hit that very hard to mid-off. Sachin Tendulkar's there, no run. The crowd have come alive. They've been a little bit quiet of late. Good morning, Richie.
Yeah, very good morning to you, Michael, and to all our millions and millions of viewers around the world. The big cheer there was part for fielding, but also part for the hero. Tendulkar has touched the ball. That's all it needs to send everyone into raptures.
Well, for the pull shot, it's not out of the middle. He's going to be okay, though. He'll pick up a couple of runs. And go back on 48 now, Gilchrist.
Reaching 50 might just steady him down a little bit, although I'm not too sure that's what everyone wants. It's the bowlers you could accept from that generalisation. But it has been nothing short of brutal so far.
Partnership on 96. What a start this has been. It's gone again. This time it's up in the air. There's a fielder out there. Should take the catch. The catch is taken. Verinder Sehwag it is. So that's the big breakthrough they wanted. Australia have got off to fly. Harbhajan Singh has picked up the wicket. Went miles in the air, but Sehwag has taken it.
Well, you'd have to put a question mark against why he did that at that moment. Completely in control of the situation. He's almost caught the ball before, and Harbhajan Singh has got him here with, it almost looked as though it came off the middle of the bat, but it was just a half swing. Not too sure that it didn't nearly escape either.
105 for 1 now, Australia. Gilchrist gone for 57, and drinks it is here at the Wanderers in the big final. Time for the skipper to go to the crease, averaging basically 41 in one-day internationals. Playing his 168th one-day international. The strike rate also very, very healthy. And Ricky Ponting had a long chat with Matthew Hayden during that drinks interval. Facing Ashish Nehra. Good leave, good bounce, good line as well from Nehra. Harbhajan Singh was aboard in the attack fairly early, and Verinder Sehwag is the man that took the catch. It was the end of a fine knock from Gilchrist.
Just keep your eyes first of all on Gilchrist, who reckons he's gone, and he's now on his way to the pavilion. But was he totally gone? Ooh. We got it in the end, but only just.
It's gone nice and fine. Leg by call by umpire Dave Shepherd. Yes, it went a mile up in the air, this one. Verinder Sehwag was under it for a long time. Had to come in about 20 metres. Sachin Tendulkar in the background checking it out, and it just pops its head out at the last minute, but it sticks. And the crowd went berserk when that eventually nestled in the hands of Verinder Sehwag. There's a look with the zoomer. 36,000 people here today at the Wanderers. Majority of them are Indian supporters. And gee, they desperately wanted that stick. There's a chance for things to settle down a bit here at the Wanderers. Go, not too far away. Good line and length again from Nehra. They need to apply a bit of pressure now, India. Need to get back in this game.
I'll give you an idea of the tension out there. Just have a look at the close-up we've got of Sehwag. There's the long-distance shot, and you can see the ball appearing from between both hands. But now just look at the tight lip bit. That is tension.
Big swing and a miss again from Matty Hayden. Not for the first time today. Bit of a smile from Ashish Nehra. Not too many Indian players have been smiling too much so far in this game.
There's plenty in this pitch. I would, although Harbhajan Singh's just got a wicket, I would take him off, and I'd bring the other left armour, Zahir Khan, back on now that Ponting's just come in. There is a lot of movement off the seam. The swing seems to have disappeared, although once or twice they've managed to get the ball to go away from the right-hander. But there is so much movement off the seam that I'd have the quick bowlers back in now and just keep Harbhajan for later.
Running a long way out of the crease, as he has done all day today. In fact, all World Cup, Matthew Hayden. I suppose we've had a situation here, Richie, as well, where with Adam Gilchrist playing the way he did do, allows Matthew Hayden just to take a little bit of time to settle in, because his form hasn't been up to the normal standards we expect with Matthew. Still just a little bit of cloud cover around. The forecast is not great, somewhere around about 3 or 4 o'clock this afternoon. Let's keep our fingers crossed. 5 millimetres of rain this morning. That's away. It's off the thigh, and it's going to run away for 4. You've got a leg gully in position. In fact, no. No shot offered, says umpire Dave Shepherd. A wave of the finger as well, so they don't count. Bit of a stinger. End of the over, 2 runs from it, 107 for 1. This is Australia's second highest score after 15 overs. The highest was 109 for 2 against Kenya, and now we're chasing on that occasion. 107 for 1 right now, so it's a very comfortable position in the big final for the Wanderers. I'm pretty pleased, I would imagine, to be playing on tracks that are providing a little bit of extra bounce, a bit of pace onto the deck. Of course, the last couple of games have been at Port Elizabeth. 1 wicket down, and that was of Adam Gilchrist. Hitting it a long way up there. He was very disappointed. You can see that he knew it was going to be out. Brenda Sohig in the background. Eventually snaffled, and the crowd went berserk behind him. Ponting off the mark. Damien Martin in the side today, still carrying, of course, that broken finger on his left hand. It's the index finger, but he says he's okay to play. And Ian Harvey's the man that's been asked to have a bit of a breather. And the left-handers in this lineup for Australia. Rajan Singh has 1 ball into his 4th over. 15 overs are up, so of course you would expect just the 4 men. Correction, 5 men in the circle, slip as well. Jamieson turn.
Good seam position there, and there's plenty of spin, and as mentioned also
a release shot gets him down the non-striker's end. Two catches in position for Ricky Ponting, just new at the crease. Sourav Ganguly himself with a fine slip and also a short leg.
I don't think that shot's going to be on. He should have been able to see what happened to the ball going past the outside edge of Hayden's bat. There's plenty of turn, so not too much cutting needed out there.
Tucked away. Big chase on. Now we're going to come back for 2. Well, they come back for 3rd. Matthew Hayden is very quick. He thought about it, and the last minute decided against. Yuvraj Singh was the man that tidied up. Nelson on the board now for Australia. It won't concern them too much. But over mid-wicket, not exactly where he wanted to go. End of the over, 16 overs gone now, 5 off that, 112 for 1.
Chaminda Vaas, Kenya, and Andrew Symonds. 3 wonderful moments we've seen in the last 6 weeks. To vote for your favourite moment, SMS 0428 553 690 or call 1902 553 690. 3 magic moments, LG great moments we've had during this World Cup tournament. Chaminda Vaas, Kenyans, didn't they surprise a few? And Andrew Symonds, he's come of age on the international arena. Single there to Matthew Hayden. Let's have a look at these 3 LG great moments. The first one, Chaminda Vaas.
Special hat-trick for Chaminda Vaas. The first 3 deliveries of the innings. Now that was against Bangladesh. Absolutely ruined that innings. Finished with 4 in his first over. Hat-trick to start the game.
They were happier times for the Sri Lankans, bundled out in the semi-final against the Australians at Port Elizabeth. Also bundled out in the semi-final was Kenya, but I don't think anyone in the world of cricket thought they were going to get there in the first place.
Well, that was the victory over Sri Lanka. That really got them going. got them into the Super 6 tournament, and then they made it through to the semi-final. Terrific performance from the Kenyans to get to the semi-final stage of the World Cup.
Plenty of colour and action from the Kenyans. And Andrew Symonds, he has come of age in this tournament, become an integral part of this Australian lineup. And a brilliant century in the first match against Pakistan. Australia in trouble, and out he came on the international arena. We haven't seen this before. We've seen it again and again during this tournament.
Yes, he followed up that century with a tremendous innings in the semi-final, and he really has turned the corner, Andrew Symonds.
Brilliant one-day 100 for Andrew Symonds.
Certainly was. There are the numbers: 04285536.
It's over.
14 for one, the Australians. And just on that LG Great Moments, the competition closes at 9 AM tomorrow morning, Sydney time. And the winner of the LG Plasma widescreen TV will be announced on Mornings with Kerry Ann on Tuesday. So not only can the players win this evening, so can you at home. And we'll take you now back to the Wanderers Stadium in Johannesburg to Mark Taylor, and with him, Michael Holt.
Matthew Hayden on 33 at the moment, facing Harbhajan Singh. Of turn here for Harbhajan, and also a little bit of bounce. That's why Sourav Ganguly has decided to employ a short leg. He is extremely fine. Obviously there's that the top spinner, also the one that goes away a fraction that he can bowl.
Yes, yes, yes.
Viewers just joining us may not have caught up with the final selections. Damien Martyn is in the Australian side at number 4. Came as quite a surprise to a lot of people because everyone was saying that he wouldn't play unless 100% fit. So I suppose we've just got to assume he's 100% fit. And there's Lehmann, Bevan, Symonds, Hogg, Bickle, Lee and McGrath.
Once a quick single. He's going to get it quite easily in the end. Also, Rich, a little bit of concern about Andy Bickle yesterday, I understand. A bit of a shoulder problem for him.
I understand that it's his bowling shoulder, and that there's a bit of a twinge there. He's had some intense physio from Errol Alcott overnight. It's just a little bit of a question mark there. You've got Damien Martyn batting with a broken finger. Andy Bickle bowling with an injured or strained or slightly sprained shoulder.
Just a single again. Oh no, there's not. They're going to pick up another one, so that's a little bit sloppy from Yuvraj Singh, who's normally very good in the field. 2 leg byes, the call in the end from Steve Buckner.
Just trying to see if we could find an excuse for him there. Did he catch his spikes in the damp turf? There have been heavy storms here overnight. Nope. I think he just overran it. Or didn't get down to it at the right instant. Very good cricketer, Yuvraj Singh. Wonderful left-hand batsman, able to cope with any conditions.
He's in the game again, Yuvraj. This time it's just the single. He gets a round of applause as well. End of the over, 6 runs from it. 18 gone, 120 for 1. Michael Bevan, just over 54 and a half. That is remarkable. And Damien Martyn, who Rich has been talking about, averaging 40 and a half.
Lip readers will know that they were saying he got another nice haircut, pal.
Javagal Srinath now back into the attack from the Corlett drive end. Normally has been terrific in the World Cup. Not a good start for him so far. He used to get in the right spots. That's better. That is exactly where he's got to be, Javagal Srinath.
Sometimes these quick bowlers get sucked in by batsmen like Hayden and Gilchrist, who are thrashing them everywhere, and you think to yourself, I've got to get him. There's no way in the world he can keep on doing this. I'll just keep dropping it in short, bowled a bit quicker. And with those two batsmen, generally goes quicker off the bat. But he's got an opportunity now, Javagal.
5 fours and a 6. Came off his first spell. That's his dangerous delivery, that little leg cutter. It certainly does move away from the right-handers. Moving away some distance, in fact. Well bowled again. Finding the outside edge of Ponting's bat, just the one slip in position. And also overstepping. Once again, some movement off the deck for Javagal. Certainly surprised Ricky Ponting. A bit of a cursory glance at the track as he started running down the other end, and Javagal looking to build some pressure here.
12 wides and 4 no balls. We're only 18 overs into the final. 12 wides, no balls. We're getting up towards 3 extra overs. Mark that down as part of their pre-planning for the day.
Certainly won't be impressing coach John Wright. It's something that he's been very keen to get spot on, the extras, the lack of extras in this World Cup campaign.
Ricky Ponting's not in touch at the moment. Whenever he starts going hard at the ball at the beginning of his innings, you know that what he needs to do is just settle down. All his watchers in the dressing room and fans watching on television will know that that's the hard bit when he goes at the ball. When he waits for the ball to come to him, it's good.
This is a good over from Javagal Srinath. They certainly needed to string a couple of good overs together, India. Of course, Australia are just about in the perfect position right now after the flyer that Gilchrist in particular and Hayden provided. Now they can absorb a few overs. They can take a little bit of time and push it around. Just 3 runs from this over so far, including the 1 no ball. And he finishes it well also. So that's good stuff from the experienced seamer. 123 for 1. Current rate, if they go at 6.47, they'll end up with 324, which is a great total on final. Matthew Hayden advancing down the track, a danger of that ball turning past the outside edge of the bat. In the commentary box now, it's going to be Michael Holding and Mark Taylor.
Thank you, Mike. Well, there's certainly a little bit there for the bowlers, there's no doubt about that. The run rate from the Australians is outstanding. Considering the conditions, Hayden, Gilchrist got straight off to a wonderful start, but just get the feeling that the bowlers get the ball in the right spot. There's something in it for them as well. At the moment, India are just starting to find the right spot. Michael Holding, I just wonder if India haven't missed a golden opportunity in this first hour to hour and a half. And maybe picking up a lot more wickets. I don't believe Australia for a minute should be scoring at that sort of run rate.
India certainly haven't taken advantage of this situation with the pitch. We have seen so much movement off the seam. We have seen the ball turn. All they had to do was get the ball in the right area and let the pitch do the rest. I think Sourav Ganguly saw earlier on that there was just enough moisture there for the ball to grip. We have seen that ball gripping. But I'm sorry, the seamers apart from Ashish Nehra haven't bowled well at all.
sort of start Australia have had. It now gives Ponting and Hayden and the rest of the batsmen the opportunity just to pick up the singles. Obviously they'll be looking for the occasional boundary and the bad ball, but they just look to score probably between 4 and 6 runs per over from here on in. If they can do that, they'll make 300 plus. Oh, there's a big shout. Yes, he's got him. And that's just what Australia didn't need. And India needed it badly. And Harbhajan Singh has delivered for the Indians.
More turn again. So much assistance out there for the bowlers, whether you're bowling fast or slow. There's turn there for Harbhajan Singh, and you can see the ball gripping and turning right across the body there of Matt Hayden. Thin outside edge. Rahul Dravid has done well. Steve Bucknor saw that edge. 2 wickets for Harbhajan Singh. Australia 125 for 2.
Damien Martin is the new man for Australia, replacing Matthew Hayden. He missed the semi-final with a finger problem, a broken finger. Back in the side, and that I think would be a leg bye. Steve Bucknor just signaling a leg bye, and that's a good over for India. Harbhajan Singh is the man who's produced the delivery. Matthew Hayden will probably kick himself. It was a good ball, no doubt about that. He was drawn to the shot, but Hayden just followed it. Certainly spun. Hayden just followed it there. A good catch from Rahul Dravid, who's not a specialist keeper, but has done a wonderful job for India during this World Cup.
That was a mistake that Matt Hayden made. You can just see the bat just going towards the ball. If he had kept that bat in the original line, it would have had an excellent chance of spinning past the edge. Well, India needed to take wickets. They needed to take early wickets. They didn't, but at least they are trying to pull themselves back into this game. Gilchrist and Hayden, they scored that quickly that Ponting and Damien Martin can afford to take things easily for the time being. Get a good start.
Well, just the one slip in for Damien Martin. I'm not sure if I wouldn't have at least another slip at this stage. Australia are scoring at 6 runs per over, but I really believe there is something in this pitch for the bowlers. And you've got 2 new batsmen there at the moment. Damien Martin's only faced 2 deliveries and he's yet to get off the mark. I'd like to see that short cover go into second slip for mine.
I would also have a gully. We have seen on so many occasions the field that New Zealand, Stephen Fleming, the New Zealand captain, has set for Damien Martin, and it has worked so many times. This is just a basic field. I think in modern cricket, you get to see so much film of opposition batsmen that you have to work out specific fields for specific batsmen. Stephen Fleming certainly has his field for Damien Martin.
That's a very cheeky single. Beautifully run by Ricky Ponting. He realised straight away that Damien Martin played that down the offside without any pace on the ball at all. Forced the fieldsman to be on the back foot. Ricky Ponting was away immediately. Even if that ball hit the stumps, Ricky Ponting was well past the stumps. Good running. You're still that man at short cover for Damien Martin. Field that Michael Holding was talking about. Stephen Fleming from New Zealand used to set that man a lot squarer. Almost a catching point. Srinath now is getting a much better length. Seemed to really struggle with the new ball. I wonder sometimes, Michael, if bowlers sometimes, when the captain elects to bowl first, they don't try too hard.
That happens a lot of times. Another time that you'll see that happening, Mark, is like the last hour when you declare and give the bowlers, say, an hour to bowl at the end. They try too hard and they just don't put the ball in the right spot. I think that's exactly what happened to Srinath this morning.
Oh, it's a great shot. Damien Martyn, there's that little bit of width that he loves. Hits it in the air, deliberately in the air. Hits it with a lot of power. 132 for 2. For 2, Harbhajan Singh will continue. He's now into his 7th over. There's no doubt that the Australian top order players, particularly Martin and Ponting, don't feel as comfortable facing the spinners first up. The problem that Ganguly has got now, he's only got 3 overs after this one left with Harbhajan Singh. He's got that fine. Come back for 2 here. And get back comfortably.
I think what you may find, though, Mark, is that Sourav Ganguly will elect to bowl Virender Sehwag as well. And there's also the possibility of Yuvraj Singh bowling a few left-arm spinners. This pitch is giving quite a bit of assistance to all the bowlers, and the spinners are getting turned, so I don't think he'll be afraid to bowl the seamers, to bowl the spinners rather. Sourav Ganguly, of course, we know that he has been bowling in some of the World Cup games. I would suggest, though, that this is not his pitch.
Just moving a man back. It looks like he's going back to almost a deep cover point on the offside. Ponting. Maybe a little bit of bait being tossed out here by Sourav Ganguly. Ponting doesn't forfeit. He works the ball on the onside. And that's beautifully played. And also beautifully run. He just weighted it nicely on the leg side. Ponting in between 3 fieldsmen. Picked up 2.
Everything was good about that from Ricky Ponting. Got that left leg right across, but missed the bat. It would have hit him outside the line of our stump. Just played it gently into the onside, into that gap. 2 men chasing, neither one could have stopped the second run.
Yes, there's no doubt that Ganguly wants Ponting, and probably Martin for that matter as well, to play more balls on the offside. Try and get them to drive. That's why he's put the man back at cover. So by doing that, you then open the gap between bat and pad for the off-spinner to spin the ball back. At the moment, though, Ponting and Martin haven't fallen for it. They keep working the ball on the leg side with the spin. And that's the one that goes the other way. Beautifully bowled. Slightly quicker. Right through Damien Martyn.
He needs to bowl quite a few of these to Ricky Ponting as well. Ricky Ponting has been working everything towards the onside. See if he can get a leading edge.
Now Martin's a mile down and a smother the spin. No shot off it. Steve Buckner waving dead ball. 22 bowled. 137 for 2. 22 overs bowled. The run rate is superb from an Australian point of view. 6.23 on a pitch which I think's got a bit in it. To get the ball in the right spot. Here's Srinath.
I think this is a very poor field. I know it's Javagal Srinath that's asking for it. We heard Sanjay Manjrekar talking about his negative attitude at times. Had 2 men out deep behind square, and one of them has now come in. I don't see any reason why you would want to have 2 men out deep behind square on a pitch like this that's offering so much assistance off the seam. Pitch the ball up, hit that seam, move the ball around. Why would you want to be bowling short?
It's flicked away. First bounce down to fine leg. The other thing that worries me about the field is the slip fieldsman, Michael. Sourav Ganguly has opted to have a floating slip man. He's almost in a second slip position. Dinesh Mongia is the man. It looks to me like that's a bit of a guess. Often when I see fields like that, you'll see the ball edged. And go in between the keeper and that man. Well, who's about second slip, really. Really is a punt, isn't it? That's well done. Brilliantly done.
Very good field. Normally, Yuvraj Singh saw him fumble one earlier on, gave away a run. But he certainly has saved more than one run here. I don't think third man would have had a chance of getting across to that. Well done. Well, just going back to that positioning of the slip fielder, I certainly agree with you there, Mark. I never like to see field placing like this. You put a man in the slip cordon, you put him wide because you think perhaps the ball may go in that direction. Well, why not have two? Have a first and a second slip.
Ponting has just used the pace on the ball and put it between the two men at fine leg and deep backward square.
Perhaps it didn't bounce as high as he thought it would have. You can see him there starting at first to play the shot as if it would have bounced a bit higher. But he kept his eyes on the ball, which was very good. Down on it. The boundary. Not even the two men out there could have prevented that boundary. So why have them?
Yes. 7 runs from that over. Another good one for Australia. 144 for 2. .144 for 2, 15 fours and a 6 already in 23 overs, and we'd normally expect that many around about the 40 over mark. That's how well the Australian top order have dominated. 45.8% of runs scored in boundaries. Harbhajan Singh did a good job. 2 for 35 he took from his 7 overs. The fact that he has bowled 7 overs is worrying Ganguly. So Virender Sehwag has been brought into the attack. 2 wickets in the World Cup. But I don't think the Australians will be as worried of Sehwag as much as they would have been Harbhajan Singh.
Well, there's nowhere near as attacking field for Virender Sehwag as when Harbhajan Singh was bowling. No forward short leg, no slip.
All the crowd thought it was out. All the Indian crowd anyway. A huge cheer when Virender Sehwag clutched that ball. Smashed hard into the turf by Ponting. Well, I suppose if you look back to Australia's last match, it was Aravinda de Silva who did the initial damage for Sri Lanka in the semi-final. He's not a noted off-spinner.
One positive for Sourav Ganguly and Virender Sehwag, though, is that he hasn't immediately pushed everyone back. There were 5 fielders inside the circle initially. Another one is going outside now, down to the point boundary to leave 4, but there were 5 initially.
Well, just 2 in that first over from Sehwag. A very good one, a tidy over. 146 for 2. .314 matches, 112 wickets. Straight away, Martin this time has got him away. It may have been an underside edge, or almost the toe of the bat. But the 150 is up for Australia in the 25th over.
150 in very quick time. Due mainly to the start that Matthew Hayden and Adam Gilchrist gave them. Not perfectly controlled, but got it fine enough.
Well, there's certainly some turn there. It's not overly quick turn, mind you. It suggests there may be still a bit of moisture just underneath the surface. The Australian scoring rates have been outstanding. our statistically minded viewers, that's the 20,000th run scored in the World Cup from 52 matches.
Sachin Tendulkar having a quick chat with his captain, changing the field a bit. Very interesting. Big gap on the onside. 3 fielders on the onside, all of them on the boundary. I know Sachin Tendulkar has been known to break partnership, has been known to take wickets. Still would prefer to see Zaheer Khan operating though.
Well, Sachin Tendulkar will do this. He bowls a couple of full toss, occasionally he'll bowl a short one, but he can also bowl the unplayable delivery. As he comes out of his hand nicely, gets a bit of drift into the right-handed batsman, has the ability to turn it away. And that certainly wasn't it.
But that is what I'm worried about with Sachin Tendulkar and these leg breaks. He hasn't got the control. Runs are coming quite easily here for Australia. 8 runs, 9 runs off the over already, 8 off the bat. I think it's time for Zaheer Khan to be brought back into the attack. He only had 3 overs.
That's a good finish. 9 from the over, 155 for 2. Himself and Damien Martyn have added 30. At the moment, they're just looking to milk the Indian bowling. I agree with you, Michael Holding, that India need to keep the wickets coming. Zaheer Khan has only taken, well, he's taken no wickets, he's only bowled 3 overs. I think he's going to need to come back very shortly. At the moment, Sehwag and Tendulkar aren't posing too many problems for Martyn or Ponting.
I think they can keep Virender Sehwag going actually. Finger spinner. A lot easier for him to have the control, get the ball in the right area. Sachin Tendulkar, the man doing the fielding there, that is the man that I'm a little bit worried about as far as his control of his leg breaks are concerned.
I think if you see Tendulkar and Sehwag continuing, you'll see a lot more of this. Just a single, every single, one single per ball from the Australians, with the odd boundary, the odd loose ball they'll look for. This time we look for 2, Damien Martyn. Still 3 men on the offside, saving 1. A man out at deep point. Martin's doing it nicely. Didn't seem to have missed a beat, really, Damien Martyn. He's came out today. He's already hit 2 fours. 17 runs off 17 balls. He's just milking the bowling nicely. Five singles and a 2 from that over. 162 for 2. Never been below that the entire innings. I think with Sehwag and Tendulkar bowling, it's not going to change much either. Run a ball at the moment.
Getting them quite easily.
Got the loose one. Damien Martyn put it away. Good batting. We mentioned that Sachin Tendulkar hasn't got great control of his leg spinners. Martyn and Ponting are picking up the singles at will, and they're just waiting for the loose one. And that's what Martyn got here.
Not the first full toss that he has bowled either, but this time it was a lot higher than previous ones, so a lot easier to put away.
Got another one. He tried to give it the same result as well.
I think this may be Sachin Tendulkar's last over. I think he has bowled too many already.
listen, you have to be positive as a captain. I'm always in favour of trying something, trying a Tendulkar type bowler. If he's not working, you have to get him off straight away and go back to one of your strike bowlers. Much better finish from Tendulkar. 168 for 2. Over, 169 for 2. Changing the commentary box. Comes Sanjay Manreka, and with him Ian Bath.
Thanks, Mark. All going along very nicely, Australia's point of view. But you have to say that when you've seen the amount of turn, seam movement has been for the bowlers, when they've got the ball in the right areas, Sanjay, disappointing from India's point of view.
Is absolutely right. If you mentioned spin in the pitch, it's been there for Harbhajan Singh, there for Sehwag. Harbhajan Singh, of course, utilised it well. He's picked up the 2 wickets to fall, giving the off-spinner a bit of a charge. They know this is the weak link that's in operation at the moment. And also there has been some sideways movement, which we have not seen so far so much in the tournament. The pitches have been beautiful to bat on. And generally the ball has come on nice and straight onto the bat. Not too much of lateral movement of the pitch, but today we had in the morning.
I think probably a lot of that's down to the fact that we had the early hours this morning, or 5 o'clock, absolutely hosed down. Lightning and thunder. I think 5 mils fell into the groundsman. That was just here, but I just feel it might just have seeped in a little bit, just softened it up. The sun is baking down the wicket now, but I don't think it's going to change too much as the day goes on. Five from the over, 28 gone, 173 for 2. Partnership moves on to 49 with that single. The other problem they've got as well, Sanjay, they'll be keeping an eye on the board, is the over rate. With all the extras they've had to bowl, extra wides, no balls. Rate of just over 13 overs an hour, which is probably not quick enough. 50 partnership then, from just 51 balls.
Well, as the innings progresses for India, the run rate, or rather the over rate, is going to get slow. The seamers will come back into play, and there will be some hitting in the last 15 overs. Srinath, every time the ball's gone to him, the Australians have run the extra run. Coming back to Tendulkar, this is one reason why we all believed he should have bowled more in the tournament, because it was inevitable that when there is a pressure situation, the partnerships just continue to come for Australia. They would invariably go to Tendulkar to fill up as the 5th bowler. It's been the Yuvraj Singhs, the Dinesh Mongias who've bowled a lot more than Tendulkar, but today he's been called upon to bowl at an important stage with not too much of match practice in this World Cup.
Milking it at the moment, the Australians, no pressure. 5 from the over, 29 gone, 78 for 2. Well, pressure's on. Dinesh Mongia comes into the attack. The reason that Sourav Ganguly is under pressure to bowl these spinners and keep shopping them around is at the moment they're 3 overs down. Now, when the seamers come back and then a couple of wickets fall, well, I think they're going to struggle to get their full 50 overs in India at this rate, unless, of course, they can bowl Australia out, which doesn't look very likely at this moment in time. So the problems continue to escalate for India. That's chopped away, and that's going to go for 4. Australia just cruising.
Well, Yuvraj Singh is the man at point. Dinesh Monge is aggrieved that that fielder was coming in far too much. It's a square cut, and Yuvraj Singh was out there to save the single. And of course placed in the gap also by Damien Martyn, so I think you're being a bit harsh to the fielder as well, but that's what Dinesh Monge thought, who's been bowling more often than the spinner at the other end in this tournament. This is his 26th over in the tournament, so he's done a fair bit of bowling for India. Now Zahir Khan, for me, has just bowled the 3 overs in this inning. He's been the star for India. I understand the importance of bowling the spinners at this stage. We'll get 2 for this comfortably, but I think there was an opportunity for Sourav Ganguly to get some confidence back into Zahir Khan when the batsmen knew when the 2 left-handers were back in the pavilion. He went to Srinath for a couple of overs, and after that it's been just spin from both ends, which means he's just bowled the 3 overs and perhaps will be brought in the death, which means he'll be under pressure again. So not an easy day for Zahir Khan.
"30 overs completed then, 20 to go, 184 for 2. If we keep going at this rate then, we'll have a very healthy score. 307, 6.13. Warming up here, Johannesburg. Telling you about the rain last night, but almost clear blue skies everywhere now, just a few high clouds. Well, you get exactly as you wanted. Zahir Khan comes back into the attack. A little late for Sanjay, but he's here. And he'll want to redeem himself. 3 overs, none for 28. He won't be happy with that. He's done much better than that in the tournament. Whether it was the occasion or he just possibly tried too hard, which often you often see that in the big games. But it's not easy to drag it back when you've gone at nearly 10 runs and over.
Of course, as I said, the captain had to make some difficult decisions, but I get the feeling he is a bit late with this particular decision with Zahir Khan. There's a great chance to introduce him at the time when Matthew Hayden was out, but Ganguly preferred Srinath, and Srinath is the kind of bowler who bowls short of length, and he needs the ball to be hard and new to really create inroads, whereas Zahir Khan bowls the Yorkers, the full-length deliveries. Just like that, he looked to get very close to the batsman with the older delivery. That's why I thought he was perhaps a better choice at that time to pick up a wicket. But now when he's been asked to bowl the 4th over, when his first 3 overs have gone for 28, he's got 2 batsmen well set, one batting on 33, the other on 34. That much more difficult the task on hand for Zahir Khan.
That's a very defensive field, as you'd expect. 4 men saving 1 on the offside, just 1 saving 1 on the leg side. Side edge, it will only be 1. Not quite where he intended this. Damien Martyn playing with a broken finger. Had a fitness test yesterday. And playing the best he's played in the World Cup so far, so there you go. It just shows you what you can do if you want to play badly enough. Fingers broken, but quite happy to battle it. Damien Martyn, of course, was in the '99 World Cup squad and didn't play in the final, so I think they might have to. Broken arm might have just about kept him out of this one, I think. It goes to show what you can do if you really want to play.
The bull ring has gone quiet. Can be a noisy venue, but at the moment the Indians are battling. The Australians supreme at this stage. The Indian supporters quite content to just watch.
Fine shot, well fielded though. Sourav Ganguly, captain, throwing himself around. Certainly saved a couple of runs here. Can't stop the Damian Martin picking up 2, but certainly saved 2 more. Beautifully played.
Damian Martin getting a full-length delivery. Didn't seem he was totally prepared to pay that, but in the end, timed it quite well.
Come back over, 6 runs from it. Khan, 31 gone, 190 for 2. 6.13 and over. And I suppose the start that Australia got off to with Gilchrist and Hayden, 80 after 10 overs, there's no chart being designed, I think, to accommodate any more. Had to come down the line.
Bowling.
Oh, there's an old theory, isn't there, Sanjay? You double the score after 30 overs. It's going to be some total, isn't it? If that's the case. Fielding.
Well, that's why an opener like Adam Gilchrist, or somebody who plays in that fashion, can have such an impact on a one-day match. Just talking about 10 overs in the match, very early, can be taken away from the opposition. The worst possibility that could have happened, or he could have expected, Sourav Ganguly, has happened, which means he didn't get the early wickets. In fact, a lot of runs were scored in the first 1 hour, and his biggest apprehension coming into this World Cup has been the form of his batsmen. It has been pretty good, but now they'll be the extremely talented Indian batting lineup will be coming out in the afternoon, looking to chase a score very likely in excess of 300. The worst fears have been realized today for Sourav Ganguly.
Well, you have to have some thoughts for the captain here. I think he did the right thing. He's been let down. There's nothing, you can't turn the clocks back. India are going to have to play extremely well. 192 for 2. I always feel that's a sign of where are we going next. 7 bowlers used, and we're in the 33rd over. Problems for India. Down the wicket and smashed away up and over. Should be fielded. It is. 2 more runs. Just thinking about pressing the accelerator here, the Australians. They know they're in a position to put India in all kinds of trouble. But when you look at that bowling, really do feel for the captain of India. Smashed, it's up in the edge. Is it going to be taken? I don't think so. Sourav Ganguly was the man trying to get under it. Never, ever looked like getting anywhere near it.
Well, this is why Zaheer Khan, I think, is a better bowler than Srinath with the older ball. He keeps the length full. He's not afraid to pitch the ball right up the batsman. And he got Ricky Ponting playing a big shot here. Went all wrong. And Sourav Ganguly at one time, at that point of time, thought he was going to get underneath that one, then gave up. It was just a couple of yards too far from him. This is what India want. A few careless shots to allow them to come back into the match.
They'll be wide, another extra. Again, this is affecting the over rate. Problems increase.
And you've got to say, Ganguly has kept his cool for a man who's been in charge, where everything's worked for him. Bowling changes, fielding has been good, line length has been consistent. It's not been anything like it today. Innings extras going to 26, and credit to the captain, the Indian captain. He's not blown his top too much.
Good running again. Always looking for the quick single. Upsets bowlers, keeps pressure on the fielders, keeps the board ticking for the batting side. Full house here at the Wanderers Stadium. Golf course at the back of that stand that you can see there. It's absolutely chocolate. Well, there's another extra ball. Well, the bowlers have let him down today, the captain. The only thing he can do is stand there and scratch his head. What can he do?
Well, you've got to admire the captain. This is all he's been doing. And what else can he do? He's made the bowling changes. And Zaheer Khan also is trying something that he's done through the tournament, which is variation in length and line. John Wright, the hard-working Indian coach, be a frustrated man today.
That's going to be 4 more. That brings the 200 up. Well, two sides of the wicket, wides, half volleys, and more runs for Australia.
Well, he's searching for a wicket, Zaheer Khan, but the line has let him down. And had this not been connected, would have been another wide, the 3rd wide in the over. Ricky Ponting, or rather Damien Martin there, no problems tackling with this one. It was the full-length delivery, searching for the Yorker in an effort to get a breakthrough for India, Zaheer Khan. You can see there 19 fours and a 6, and add to that the extras, 27.
Just a single. Still a ball to go, and there's 2 extra deliveries, 2 wides, 12 runs already from the over. Poor discipline.
It just started from the first over of the match, isn't it? Zaheer Khan bowling with the new ball, just couldn't control it, and then it just got on with the rest.
8 extras in the first over of the day, beat the bat a couple of times. It was there was plenty there, there's still plenty there in this wicket. But you've got to give it a chance, and that means getting it in the right area. Slow ball, so 13 runs from the over. It's 205 for 2 now from 33 overs, a partnership of 80 from just 79 balls. The drinks are coming out. We'll take a short break and be back in a couple of minutes.
LG, life's good.
Whitewater Sports is pleased to bring you the only Australian World Cup team-signed memorabilia products. Firstly, there's the 2003 Australian World Cup cricket team bat. This is a full-size cricket bat, hand-signed by the original 15 players named in the Australian World Cup squad. The bat comes beautifully cased and sealed in a walnut-finished timber corner unit. It's designed as a freestanding unit and can also be hung from the wall. A limited edition of 200 worldwide, and to be yours, $2,495 plus postage and handling. And then the mini jersey. It's a replica of the original. Includes the official 2003 World Cup logo. Comes in a 3-dimensional walnut finish box frame with gold trim. Fantastic, unique collectible for home or the office. And again, only 200 available worldwide. With the mini jersey, also includes the signatures of all the World Cup squad. $1,795 plus postage and handling. To order, call 1300 650 217. Either of those articles could be yours, or visit 9msn.com.au/spot shop. Number again, 1300 650 217. Or visit 9msn.com.au/sport shop. 4 overs gone. 208 for 2.
And all we've seen since then is the ball swinging off the Australian bats to all parts.
Well, the last recognized bowling option for Sourav Ganguly has been used. Yuvraj Singh with his very slow left arm spin, bowling from the collared drive end.
Just 21 years old, best of 4 for 6. Now, what would he give for that now? That would be very much appreciated by Sourav Ganguly and his team. The other thing that happens here with this kind of scoring and run rate is that man there in your picture, Sachin Tendulkar. Pressure builds on him. India, he will know that if India are going to have any kind of chance of chasing this total, he'll feel, and India will feel, that he's got to score a big century.
That was, I think, one of the major downsides of choosing to field first, is the pressure that you put on some natural stroke players on the side. That's 4 and brings up a 50. And how easily done it was. Damien Martyn making a comeback to the Australian team after an injury has played extremely well. And in the Australian flags that are seeing more prominently here at the Wanderers than the Indian. Well done.
And they enjoy that there in the Australian dressing room, because he had a fitness test yesterday, broken finger. I'm not talking about a crack or a chip, talking about fully blown break. Well, he's been rewarded and his team have. He's 51 not out. It's 216 for 2. Good running with a single stolen. Big total is looming for Australia. 217 for 2 then. Time for a change in the commentary box. Richie Benaud with Ravi Shastri.
Thanks, Ian. Weather's cleared. Crowd is happy, or most of them happy. And certainly the batsmen are, because after 1 or 2 floating little moments of indecision once the 2 openers had gone, they've moved along very well. 45 to Ponting. Martyn has done wonderfully well. In great doubt with his broken finger. Finger is broken, and it was very badly swollen. And he's come out, declared himself fit, and now he's got a half century. It's 219 for 2, 36 gone. Well, this is a big day for Damien Martyn. He started off by slashing one away over point. Then he got Tendulkar away. He's been very severe on anything short. It's been the big thing about his innings, and his placement has been really, really good.
He's hardly gone unnoticed. That's the beauty about Damien Martyn. Just came in there and quietly nudged the ball around, hit the boundaries. And he's scoring it quicker than a runner ball, and that's taken the pressure of Ponting. Ponting doesn't have to do anything silly. All he knows is that a total of 320, 330 is on the cards.
Ponting wasn't really in touch when he first went out. He was reaching for the ball. I was disappointed that Ganguly didn't bring back the quick bowlers at him. Well, they might even think about 2 there. That's wonderful running. That is brilliant. Just the faintest fumble by the captain, who will be looking askance at everyone else to see if they're looking at him.
Well, they played superb cricket today, the Australians. Every aspect of the game has been covered, including the running between the wickets. And they picked out fielders and put pressure on them, the likes of Ganguly, Ashish Nehra in the deep, Javagal Srinath. They are under immense pressure once the ball gets out to them.
Just chosen the spots where he wants the ball to go. 222 for 2 the score. Well, the roar from the crowd there was a little bit of wishful thinking. It's 223 for 2, 37 gone. It was a bump ball. Close. Quicker ball. Defeated Ponting with the speed of it. Probably left arm round the wicket, missing leg.
And struck in line and struck on the back leg. That's a good shout, a very good shout.
I'd suggest only a fine edge could have saved him there.
It might just have been. Some bat on that. But again, very good running. They're doing it easily. This is a very good partnership. 100 runs of just 106 balls. So that's a great scoring rate being maintained.
That was well fielded because there was a certain boundary. Placement needed to be just half a yard to the left of the fielder. Looking at the score at 25 overs and 30 overs, sometimes you can get a bit of a guide on what's going to happen. Well, there's 13 overs to go after this one, and we're looking at around about 320. .226 for 238 gone. Now Aidan Ove will take the Australians to 322. Perhaps that's a big ask. Outfield's fast. Ravi Shastri asked me any changes to the Australian batting order with those 31,000 people watching here. It's a packed house, all tickets gone. When India bat, any changes to the batting order?
Well, I can't foresee with the score Australia have put up on the board. Tendulkar and Sehwag will have to open the innings. Ganguly at 3, probably someone like Yuvraj Singh may just be sent in earlier. But I think the important thing is you need a start. Once a side gets a score in excess of 300, there is something there for the fast bowlers. There's been some seam movement. I'm sure Lee and McGrath would have been watching the way the ball was behaving early on.
And 50 for Ricky Ponting. He started in, for him, slightly scratchy fashion and gradually gathered it together. Martin has been very good for him. Martin has come in and taken a lot of weight off Ponting's shoulders. Asking rate between now and the finish of the innings, 8 and over, which would be a bit much. So perhaps we're looking at a bit less than 320, which is gettable on this ground.
Crowd. There he goes again. The result the same. This is even bigger. It's out of here, this one. Consecutive sixes for the Australian captain.
good footwork. And he didn't actually try to hit it too hard, but it went a long, long way. They might start giving one of those gold coins to any of the spectators who can take a catch.
A lovely use of his feet. He's freeing his arms. And that's a big blow. They're still looking for the ball. A new set might have to be called out for. And I just get the feeling he's going to cut loose here. Nothing to lose. They've got 8 wickets in hand. It's been a good 50 by the Australian captain. Richie Benaud mentioned he started off scratchily. But soon gained momentum. Billy Bowden coming out there with a new set of balls. The cuts and pulls. His footwork has been very good. Those are consecutive sixes.
Now then, they're looking for another ball because the other one's rolling down Corlett Drive towards the motorway at the moment. Umpire Shepherd on the right, umpire Buckner on the left, and umpire Billy Bowden from New Zealand in the middle. And the TV umpire in this game is Rudy Coetsen, so they are the umpires rated as the 4 best. And there was a special commendation for Billy Bowden, and what a remarkable thing, because it's said when they announced the umpires, special mention should be made of Billy Bowden because he came into the World Cup only on the panel, and that was it. And now he is one of the top 4, so he's a touch eccentric but a very, very good umpire, and he has done wonderfully well to get into the final 4 umpires of this final.
Yes, he's quite a character. There's no doubt about that. He keeps the crowds on their toes. As did this one from Ponting. It's landed way back. He's preferred the onside. And that has a lot to do because of the bowling as well. 240 for 2.
I was saying a little earlier that I thought Ganguly made an error in not bringing back his left arm quicks as soon as Ponting came in. Gave him a respite. He was edgy, but he got over it. I think with the excessive movement of the ball off the seam, it was really darting around. I thought that was the time to get in, not keep them back for the last 7 or 8 overs when everyone's going at it.
One just gets the impression now these two are going to throw caution to the winds. Great platform here for Australia to reach even a score of 340, 350.
No ball call. Good call from umpire Buckner, not such a good call from the bowler.
I think Ponting has to be a little careful when he's attempting this shot against the left arm spinner. It's fine against the off spinner, you're hitting with the turn. I'm sure they're going to look for the big shots here, not just the singles. They want the boundaries. Australia at this stage.
Placement is the thing if you're going to go over the infield in the cover and extra cover region. Mongie, the fielder, way out on the boundary. The one thing the 2 batsmen need to be careful about is they don't start trying to hit the ball too hard. They've been timing it beautifully. Now suddenly if they start flinging the bat at it, their timing's going to go.
Well, he's been pleasing to watch, Damien Martyn. The 250 comes up for Australia. Over 100 runs scored in boundaries now. And that's the score after 40 overs.
6.25 the run rate at the moment, 250 on the board, just the two openers out. They'll be happy enough with what they did, but they might also cast a bit of an envious glance over the easier conditions out there now and think, what if? Ashish Nehra is coming on now. He's bowled 6 overs so far, 25 runs. He's one of the better ones, and he's the one I'd have had on against Ricky Ponting early on.
Yes, he hits the bat, and he's had a good World Cup, Ashish Nehra. Batsman is comfortably home, so it doesn't make a difference with the ball hitting the stumps, but this pitch will dry out. The ball will start coming onto the bat a lot better.
That's a very good improvised stroke, because Ashish Nehra completely beat him with the change of pace. It was beautifully bowled, and the batsman merely adjusted to it and then swept it.
He's done well here. He's planted that front foot of his across there, Ponting, and then waited and waited, and in the end made contact. And the balance was good. He kept his eyes on the ball, watched it closely. Good fielding, and Damien Martyn was backing up. The ball had gone a little too quickly to Srinath. But I just get the feeling Ponting wants to really take off now. He's not happy with 7 and 8 runs and over. He wants more. I think his aim now is to just shut India out of the game. Try and get that bigger score.
The change of pace again, just a little one-hand dab, and it's sailed away to the front of the scoreboard out there.
And into a good position as well. It's flooded with Australians in that region, Australian supporters. Even though one hand comes off, it's a meaty blow. Plenty of yellow shirts there. This one just not coming out right. It's not an easy way to bowl that slower delivery. Demands a lot of practice.
Now, Buckner isn't going to call for it. I think Ponting was moving quickly enough, but just for one moment I wondered if he'd slid his bat.
Yes, and he was taking the arm of Tendulkar on. He's quick, he's done well.
Yes, he did slide his bat. And yes, he's fast, and yes, it needed a direct hit.
Now he's just going to pick his spots. He's eyeing the field closely, looking at the gaps.
On ball again, 261 for 2. Now, just to go back to what Ravi Shastri was asking, what change in the batting order? Simons is the only one really I can see to go up ahead of Bevan and Lehmann. Although I suppose in the light of his exploits in Port Elizabeth, Andy Bickle would be worth a go, but he might not want to risk his shoulder. That's a no-ball call from umpire Buckner.
The reason I mentioned Simons was he has the ability to play the big shots and clear the ground. Plenty of spinners in operation.
Single to finish the over, but another very good over for Australia. 10 runs coming from that. They are really capitalising now. 46 overs gone, 305 for 2 it is. And Ricky Ponting has been outstanding today, Mikey.
Absolutely brilliant. He has played shots all around the ground. Medium pacers, quick bowlers, spinners. Hasn't been afraid to take the fight to the spinners. Used his feet quite well there to Harbhajan Singh on both occasions. That's a full toss that they usually say it's quite difficult to put away unless it's reasonably high. It wasn't that high. It was 6, no?
5 sixes in this knock. Lovely shot, that one. Gee, that is a great shot. Terrific stuff. Just giving himself a little bit of room, and Dave Shepherd has to do some exercise this time. Damien Martyn enjoyed that.
Well, Ashish Nehra trying to do the right thing, trying to keep it as straight as he possibly can and as full as he possibly can. Didn't quite get it up into the block hole. You can see that ball pitching short, well short of the batting crease, but what a shot. What a shot over the extra cover region.
Full toss. Sliced away. Sweeper is very square. Just the single. Damien Martyn now goes to 84 off just 78 balls. Partnership now 187.
Well, they have a good chance of getting a 200-run partnership. Damien Martyn also has a good chance of getting to 3 figures.
That's cheeky, and it's also in the air for some distance. Coming back for the second. Scoring runs at will at the moment.
Both of them seeing this ball so well now, they can almost do anything. Have a look at that. It wasn't a slow delivery.
80% of his runs scored on the leg side.
I think a lot of that though has to do with the fact that Harbhajan Singh bowled at him so many overs.
On the ground, almost taking out the non-striker. Damien Martyn hit the turf very quickly, getting out the way of that one.
I think Damien Martyn might be complaining to his captain at the end of this innings. That hit him on the boot, just caught him on the way through.
High score now on this ground, of course, going past Australia's previous against Pakistan in this World Cup of 310. To a bowl, saw him going away, trying to give himself some room, and followed him. Martyn a little bit upset that he didn't get that away.
What was good about that as well was the length. Have a look at where this is pitching, right up by his toes.
Yes, I think he wants to join his mates with 3 figures on the board, Mikey. Trying to get down that other end. There's 1 ball left in this over now. 10 runs again from this over. There's been lots of overs in this innings that have gone for 10 or more. 8 of those, in fact. Just the single to finish things off so that Damien Martyn can retain the strike. So 47 gone, 316 for 2. Lots of colour in that graph. The yellow bars are 4s, the red ones are 6s. Lots of colour, particularly inside the first 15 overs. Slow ball, gave himself a little bit of area to back away and hit it in the air and on the bounce. He's picked up 1 as Martyn.
I've seen a lot of that. Lots of balls falling into empty spaces. It's a big ground, so you will find that happening. Always pretty difficult to defend on big grounds. Just too much space out there.
Gee, he was ready to launch at that one, Damien Martyn, expecting normal speed. I think he was going to go straight back over the bowler's head, but had to change. Full toss, and he's hit that very well again. And that's gone for another 6. That is number 6 for Ricky Ponting.
It's not often that you see a batsman hitting more sixes than fours in an innings. And that was powerfully hit. That wasn't as low as you'd have liked, Javagal Srinath. Fine if you're going to be bowling low full tosses down by the ankles, but that was a bit too high.
Partnership 198. Full toss again. He's got under it a bit. It's in the air for some distance. I think it's going to be safe. It is safe, and they come back for two. So that brings up that 200 partnership between Ricky Ponting and Damien Martyn. A little bit of good fortune there, but 200 stand now.
Here we go again, into those gaps. Sourav Ganguly running back. Mohamed Kaif running in. Neither could get there. 169 balls.
It's a good shot. That is a terrific shot. Has he found the gap straight? Good fielding. A little bit of tag teamwork. Harbhajan Singh is the man that eventually gets it back.
Good work between Dinesh Mongia and Harbhajan Singh. I think Ricky Ponting thought this would have gone for four again. Instead of hitting it towards the mid-wicket region, he hit it straight back over the bowler's head. Dinesh Mongia scurrying around. He'll have a bit of work to do with the bat as well.
Slow ball again. Eventually dribbles back to the bowler. A dot ball. Haven't seen that for a while, Mikey.
At this stage, most teams will be happy with 6 runs in an over. I think India will be happy with 9 runs in an over at this stage. 11 off this over already.
Dragging that leg side. Single to finish, so 12 off it. 328 for 2. What a day it's been for Australia so far. India won the toss, asked them to have a bat, and they made the most of it. Gilchrist and Hayden set the trend very smartly at the start, and then Ricky Ponting and Damien Martyn have taken over. Ricky Ponting, absolutely superb. 117 not out, his 13th one international 100. And Damien Martyn now 86 not out. This partnership at this stage is 203. And we've still got 2 overs remaining. Zahir Khan. It's running away towards the boundary. We'll have to wait for confirmation from David Shepherd. It is going to go to the rope, and I think it's going to be leg byes. Yes, it is.
Ricky Ponting knew that is the direction in which he was going to be trying to go anyway. Fine leg is up. Moved a long way across his stumps. Look how far outside off stump he is.
Once again, fine leg is inside the carnage, Mikey.
Didn't really matter what they did. After that start, they were so confident, the Australians just kept on going. They had a few balls flying up in the air a long way and falling into gaps.
Well, I don't think I have a good enough grasp of the English language to come up with any superlatives for that, chaps. It was awesome. 359 for 2. Stunning. I can't say any more.
Well, you can put it down, I think, to Adam Gilchrist at the start. I think he just disoriented the Indian bowlers. He just went on the attack, and after that, they just seemed to lose the thinking, and Ricky Ponting and Damien Martyn just cashed in. But I thought that it was Gilchrist's onslaught early on that really set the Australians on the right path.
We said at the top of the show, you know, you're really going to have to settle in as quick as possible. It's a World Cup final. You don't want to take too much time to get the pace of the game and get everything going your way. India, I don't think, still had a grasp of it after 50 overs.
No, I mean, they, as I say, they were, you know, completely lost the plot. And I think the quickies, particularly Zahir Khan and Javagal Srinath at the top, I mean, they should hang their heads in shame, because there was a lot of movement off the seam in that pitch, and if they'd have bowled half decently, they could have had Australia in some early trouble.
Well, it's time for a 30-minute break. I think we all probably need a bit of a break. It was a wonderful innings from Australia. 360 the Indians are going to require for a victory. That's a big task. And during the 30-minute break, we're going to bring you highlights of day 2 of the Australian Swimming Championships. We'll see you in 30 minutes.
The 2003.
Handle the extra bounce, and I think there'll be a bit of bounce at the Wanderers.
Plenty of action at the Wanderers at the moment, but perfect blue skies, which will make everybody happy. It's one of the domestic airlines doing a flyby. We've often seen that during the World Cup over the last 6 or 7 weeks, and this is the culmination of it. 360 to win for the Indians. The Australians will be supremely confident. Wonderful bowling attack that's operated in a miserly fashion right throughout the tournament. Indians somehow have to find a way of turning that around, and as Ian Chappell has said, that man on screen is probably the only one within their batting lineup that is capable of getting them somewhere near the total. He has to play a big one. He has to be still there near the 50-over mark for India to have any hope of being competitive in this World Cup final. Let's take you now to our commentators at the Wanderers Stadium in Johannesburg. Now Michael Hazeman, and with him Sanjay Mandraker.
.274 wickets at an average of 22.29 with an economy rate of 3.89. That is amazing. And Sachin Tendulkar, interesting enough, has decided that he's going to take first ball. It's not something that he normally does. He did against Pakistan as well. And it's a huge game, this one. And there's the target for India. Here we go.
That's another good omen.
Glenn McGrath to Sachin Tendulkar. Now already movement off this deck. We saw that there was movement throughout the Australian innings, or early in the Australian innings, but India didn't get it in the right areas.
And if at all there's one bowler in the world who can get it in the right areas, it's the man Glenn McGrath. And he shows, if he has a good day, shows exactly how to use a pitch like this. Just the 2 wickets lost by Australia, both picked up by Harbhajan Singh, but look at that, Ricky Ponting, innings of his life. Damien Martyn as well, tremendous stuff from him.
Oh, he's left that and hasn't missed by much, but a good lead from Tendulkar, just past the off stump.
What a good delivery this is, much closer to off stump and doesn't leave the right hand as Tendulkar anticipated. He may not show it, but he's aware that that ball has come in. The next time he's looking to leave balls outside the off stump, he'll be conscious of the fact the ball is also hitting the seam and coming back in. And again, Tendulkar having a problem with the side screen, but that was just tremendous stuff in the morning.
Certainly was a partnership of 234 and 184 balls between Ponting and Hayden, and also 105 and 87 between Gilchrist and Hayden. So Ponting and Martin, sorry, my mistake, but great stuff from Australia. And 20 overs, the last 20 overs 175 runs, the last 10 overs 109 runs, and Sands, Ponting's last 90 runs, just 47 balls. The bowlers struggled.
Late bowlers used, that gives you an idea as to what Ganguly ran into. Severe problem right from the first over that India bowled after winning the toss and deciding to field first. Ashish Nehra, under the circumstances, you've got to say, did a wonderful job. Ricky Ponting in that 100 of his.
Full shot off the mark is Tendulkar. The crowd has gone berserk here. Lots of Indian supporters. It's running away towards the boundary. It should be 4 and is 4. There's the start.
Interesting. Never looks to do this against Glenn McGrath, Sachin Tendulkar. But it's a shortish length, and I'm sure a premeditated shot where he had decided, looking at the pitch, anything short in length, that's where he's looking to score aggressively. And didn't bounce high enough as well, so he got the inside half of the bat. That's the way to start for India. They've got to get the boundaries early, show the Australians that they're betting in this over that anything short in leg is going to play the full shot. This was short, not one.
If ever a skipper's innings was needed, it's now. Sourav Ganguly's out there taking guard. 300s in the World Cup so far, average of 43 in his career. But Sachin Tendulkar is the big wicket Australia wanted.
Just asking too much of himself was Tendulkar. It wasn't too short, and also deviating off the seam. You can see they got into a hopelessly wrong position. And the reverse hand catch by Glenn McGrath, and they get into a happy huddle after that. You can see that just too close to him. And also I think that movement that McGrath got, which even made things even more difficult for Tendulkar.
3 slips in the gully. So what a terrific start from Glenn McGrath. He's picked up the big wicket of Sachin Tendulkar. 4 runs off the over, so 4 for 1 after 1. Australian supporters obviously very happy. And Sanj, I suppose that with Australia earlier today, it couldn't have been better for them today with Gilchrist and Hayden at the crease, and it couldn't have been worse for India right now.
Well, if at all they needed any help from Virendra Sehwag, it's now. Well, you would expect that from all Indian batsmen. They know the required run rate, and every over they'll feel the pressure of scoring a boundary at least. They have to be seriously in the chase, and to do it against a world-class bowler like him.
So McGrath has struck, caught and bowled. Now it's Virendra Sehwag and Sourav Ganguly, both on naught. To come Mohammad Kaif, Rahul Dravid, Yuvraj Singh, Mongia, and then the bowlers.
Well, interestingly, Brett Lee is not attacking Sehwag too much, just the 2 slips. And they've got a point which is also, in a way, a catching position against Sehwag. 120 wickets. Economy a little on the higher side. He's the one who looks for wickets. He's got pace, so the ball can fly off the pad at times. And here's the field we're talking about. A point and a backward point that can easily be a catching position.
Oh, some movement. He'll like that, Brett Lee. Pretty good pace as well. First up, 150 k's per hour and big away swing.
Well, it's the kind of pitch that every time the ball pitches, it gets a reaction. It's just not skidding through straight, and that's how generally the pitches have been in the tournament. The balls have come nicely onto the bat, not too much of lateral movement, but today it's one of those pitches where the seam as well will have a fair say. Not when you see the analysis of the Indian bowlers. And again, there's some movement off the deck for Brett Lee.
This was always going to be a fascinating battle. Brett Lee versus Virendra Sehwag. Sehwag will play his shots. Lee will try and bowl very quickly. It's good again. Let's check that speed. 150.6. Second ball of the spell.
Check the speed and as well as the movement, Mike. I think that is more significant, and that's what worries the batsman. Hits the seam, and you can see it leaving the right-hander. A good foot of movement. And he's had a problem, Sehwag, in that region. And whether that will get him to play in 2 minds, I think he should be just looking to play freely outside the off. Some 3 slips now position for Sehwag. In spite of the fact, I think Mike, he's got to look to play freely in that area. If he plays tentatively, he's got no way out.
Lovely delivery. That is the perfect shape from Brett Lee at 154 k's per hour. Of course, Sanj, enormous pressure now on Virendra Sehwag. Obviously, we've got Sachin Tendulkar back in the hut. Is he going to change his game, or will he play the same aggressive? Oh, is that the next man in, I wonder?
Well, he'll certainly get the Australian bowlers off the line. Very difficult to bowl the ball close to him. But I think you've already seen a change in Sehwag's approach. He's looking to leave balls outside the off stump. Not often do you see the man doing that, but clearly that's playing on his mind. He's being selective.
3 slips now and the gully. There's gaps in the covers, so they'll be trying to tempt him to go through there. Short ball. Hard to drive those. Big follow through from Brett Lee as well.
A very long follow through. But Sehwag wasn't looking at the bowler, did the right thing. Just looked down at the ground. Hit on the shoulder. That's one of his weaknesses, which the Australians will look to exploit. Well, it wasn't going to stop the follow through. Doing the right thing as a batsman. He's got his work cut out on the defensive at the moment, and that's the best way to go about it. Look down at the ground and look for the loose balls.
So 2 balls left in Brett Lee's first over. It's been a quick one to start. Can't get that away. 155 k's per hour. He's getting up there. There's confirmation of what he's done this over. 150 k's per hour, that first delivery, and it's got quicker since then. The fourth one dropped a bit, and now that last one is the quickest he's bowled in this over.
Very naturally quick bowlers, these Brett Lee, Shoaib Akhtar, Shane Bond. Very often see them hitting 150 in the first over.
Spotted that, but it moved away some distance. So that's a good start for Brett Lee. That's a maiden from him. 2 overs gone, 4 for 1. For the last 5 games, that lineup has been unchanged. 7 batters, so they've got plenty of batsmen out there, have India. And now it's Sourav Ganguly on naught, facing Glenn McGrath. Down the track, and looks to loft him straight back over his head in the stands. Big swing and a miss, and a big smile also from Glenn McGrath.
Well, I'm not surprised, really. It looks terrible when you miss it. Looks a bad shot. But Ganguly is able to do that against good bowlers as well. I've seen him hit Sean Pollock for 6s, stepping down the pitch. With Glenn McGrath, of course, a much superior bowler than Sean Pollock. But that is the pressure the Indian batsmen have. Required rate 7.44.
Now he's away. Tucked it around the corner on the leg side.
Just seeing the Australian bowlers bowl. This is the 3rd over of the innings. Just vindicates Sourav Ganguly's decision this morning to field first after winning the toss. There's certainly something there for the seamers in the pitch. And had the Australians bowled in the morning session, they would have got even more help from the surface. The Indian bowlers just didn't give us enough of a demonstration how to use the pitch, but there is definitely something for the seamers. The Australians are just showing us that.
2 slips for Virender Sehwag. That's a lovely movement. Terrific carry as well through to Adam Gilchrist. Sourav Ganguly averaging 43 overall in 229 one-day internationals. Just averaging 21 against Australia in one-day internationals. Mid-off is quite deep, Darren Lehmann.
Now that was a full-length delivery. We'll just have to make a note of it because there won't be too many to the Indian batsmen. 100, and that was exactly 100 against Australia. And look at the strike rate as well. That also drops against Australia.
Yes, I robbed him of a run. It's actually 22.67, not 21. One of the interesting things that the Australians would have worked on with Virender Sehwag is the way that he doesn't get back and across, doesn't really get in line to the quicker bowlers. I think that was a prime example. That last ball from Glenn McGrath just went straight back. They've got 2 catches in position, first and a second slip. By the time the gully or the backward point comes in, he's at a deep gully. He'll be in the game as well. Simons does the fielding into the over. 1 from that, 5 for 1. Sehwag has faced 10 deliveries, hasn't got off the mark. Sourav Ganguly new at the crease, and on strike now to Brett Lee, who was very quick in his first over. In the air for a while, it's going down towards third man. McGrath's there. A dive from Simons in the gully, couldn't get a hand to it.
Well, opening the face of the bat. Pretty close to the fielder out there. That gave us a great view as to what the fielder saw. Was never going to be close to him. But Ganguly has this reputation of scoring runs in the finals of tournaments. He's got a good record in all finals that India has played in.
First delivery of that over, 155 k's per hour. That's another beauty. accept the fact that he overstepped. That's the quickest he's bowled so far, 156 kilometres per hour.
And Sehwag is looking nothing like the batsman who came into this World Cup, top of his game, in great form after 200th series against New Zealand, when all other Indian batsmen struggled to get runs. Today in the final of the tournament, with no big scores coming into this big one, seems a little tentative with everything that he's doing. 21.70 is World Cup average.
His best of 66 against Sri Lanka at this venue. Wide called, so overstepping first ball, second ball rather, and the third one a wide.
Well, just watching him, Sehwag, it seems like a lot is going on through his mind. But he saw the width, went for it, but it's a meek effort to score runs off a loose delivery. And then after that attempt, just shrugged and went away. Sort of Ganguly.
That's a good shot. One bounce over the rope. He's picked that up beautifully as Virender Sehwag, and he's off the mark with a boundary.
Well, first delivery that was offline and punished. He's very strong in this area. Brett Lee trying to get it full, get the speed going. This is a pitch where you're better off just controlling your line and let the pitch do everything. There's enough in the surface for you as a bowler not to try too much. McGrath is a perfect example of how to use the pitch. If you try and bowl quick like Zaheer Khan did this morning, it doesn't quite help your cause.
Oh, that's a very good delivery. Well directed. Another quick one from Brett Lee. So we're in the end at the last minute going underneath it.
And he had taken his eyes off the ball. It was a quick delivery. He ducked into it. And you'll see here, definitely eyes off the ball. Had it not bounced enough, seen another batsman in this tournament, in this World Cup, getting hit on the helmet in similar fashion, seeing the back of the head. But really, this is a tall order for the Indian batsmen at the moment. It's really a battle for survival. What they have to achieve is a run rate of 7.48.
Another swing and a miss. Really no footwork at the moment from Virender Sehwag. You can see that he's annoyed with himself.
And again, you can see it's a tentative shot. You've seen the width. On a good day, in good form, that would be screamed through the covers. It was a nothing shot, and again, the reaction clearly suggests he's just not feeling right.
He hasn't had a very good World Cup, Virender Sehwag. Got off with 36, almost a runner ball against Zimbabwe, and maybe a 24 runner ball. High score of 66 against Sri Lanka here. 30 odd against Kenya. No big scores. No ball called. Damien Martyn has taken the catch, but a no ball has been called. He's overstepped again in this over. No emotion from Brett Lee apart from annoyance. Damien Martyn thought he was gone, as did half the Australian side.
Just the luck maybe Sehwag needs. It's a no ball. Some part of the foot has to be behind the line. There must be some nervous moments for the umpires when they call a no and a batsman is given out. It's also displayed on the giant screen here. Got it right, Steve Bucknor. Damien Martyn wasn't aware of the fact. And that's the reason they're doing the big one. Steve Bucknor, David Shepherd, they don't commit too many errors.
2 balls left in the over. Again, he's having a waft of that, but again, it's wide from Brett Lee. Steve Bucknor's getting some exercise in this over.
And it's some bad cricket. The two top-class teams out there in the middle. It was a wide delivery, not a good one. Again, the line has been a problem for Brett Lee in this over. Already hit for a 4 when he strayed onto the leg side. And the batsman as well, not responding well enough. Looking to flick it onto the leg side. That's a very natural shot that Sehwag has. Damien Martyn looking towards the dressing room, only to get the bad news.
Lovely shape again. Miles away from it, Brynjar Sowak, missed it by some distance. The pace is too much for him at the moment. He's uncertain, he's not confident. He hasn't got the security of Sachin Tendulkar, I suppose, at the other end. They've batted so well together as an opening partnership, and he's really struggling at this stage.
There's some seam today for all the bowlers. Just the Australians are putting in the right place more often than the Indians did. Sehwag clearly looking out of place at the moment. All he needs is a bit of fortune, which he's got. Just a couple of shots maybe coming out the middle of the bat.
Simon's been busy in that region. Eventually that's the end of the over. 4 overs gone, 14 for 1. Top edge, over the top of the keeper. Running away for 4. Looking to take McGrath on is Sourav Ganguly at this stage. A little bit fortunate on that occasion.
Required rate 7.46, and this is what happens to batsmen. If it's your day, a few will come off. The problem for India is they'll have to continue doing this through the innings. You're not going to get too many loose balls from the Australians, so the batsmen will have to try something out of the ordinary. That was it.
It's a good shot, just behind square on the offside, and it's gone for 6. Wow, that is a good shot.
Well, he's gone to a shot that has fetched him a few runs in his career, giving the charge to the bowler, but making sure at that time when he's doing that, that he gives himself room to play on the offside. And then just a freeing of arms, and of course the timing is always something that he's had. So all of a sudden, a bit of strength in his legs. Ganguly sprinting for that first one.
Yeah, it's more positive now, just a couple of runs under his belt, and it's a different game for him. Enormous responsibility on his shoulders, of course, today. Strike rate very healthy, but very early in the innings. 13 not out at the moment. He's been in wonderful form in this World Cup. Just gone past 450 runs. It's a good shot from Sehwag this time. Maybe the confidence is spreading between the two. Lee does well, but Sehwag, with aggressive running, comes back for 2.
When he hit that 6, sort of Ganguly, Virendra Sehwag went up to the captain, punched his gloves, and this is what he needed. Sehwag has not been in great form, but he lost Tendulkar early, and that didn't quite help him. So with Ganguly playing well, at least in this brief innings, I just get him to gain his momentum.
Oh, he's played and missed again. That is the perfect line and length. Bit of a mutter also from Glenn McGrath. Once again, Sehwag not looking at the big fast bowler.
But this time at least the front foot, when he was looking to play on the back foot, was in a better position. This will give us a good look right in the channel and just about ending up on off stump. Normally, even when the ball reaches the keeper, his front foot is on leg stump, very much frozen on leg stump. This time at least it was moving somewhere.
Over the top, has it gone for 6? Yes, it has. Square on the offside for 6. That's a good shot also, this time from Virendra Sehwag, and that is a huge over for India. 19 runs coming from it, 5 overs gone, 33 for 1. The run rate are India. It's at 6.6 at the moment. Just needed a fraction over 7 at the start of the innings.
Well, both batsmen blessed with touch when they play their shots. Sehwag is quite strong when given the width, but this is the first time he's really given 100% behind the shots. It was intentionally scooped. Short side boundaries is an invitation for the batsman to play these kind of shots. So when they're looking to play the cut shot, a fraction of a second a decision is made because of the short side boundaries. Why not go all the way, scoop it up and go for maximum? That's what Sehwag did on that occasion.
Lots of times throughout this World Cup we've seen the situation where a batsman's got a good boundary and then really kicked on. It's good pace from Brett Lee. Let's check it out. 153.2 or 95.2 miles per hour. Remember that first game, the terrific game, West Indies versus South Africa, to kick off the World Cup. Brian Lara was not at his best, and then suddenly hit that straight 6 off Alan Donald, I think it was, and he was a different player from there. Went on to get a terrific 100. Both these men have hit a couple of outstanding strokes of late, and obviously their confidence will have gained enormously.
We've seen plenty of sixes in this match. That's what keeps the game interesting. And there's always a chance of a big shot coming out of the blue. We're talking of 6 runs straight away.
Over the top of middle stump. Brett Lee doesn't say too much normally.
Not a bad attempt because the length was short, and he is looking to again make room to play on the offside. A decent enough attempt considering the situation. He's also looking to do what he did to McGrath, making sure that he's not coming too much in line of the ball. I think that's one thing he makes absolutely certain. Brett Lee will continue to be aggressive, and so will the Indian batsman.
What a battle this is. Thankfully the clouds are not building up too much at this stage, but this is fascinating cricket. That is quick. Nice and direct from Brett Lee. 154 k's per hour, a bit of a stare as well. Wasn't so long ago, Sands, that Sourav Ganguly was using quite a heavy bat, somewhere over 3 pounds. He's now to about £2.10, £2.11. Ganguly's World Cup so far, 454 runs and an average of 64.85 looks impressive. His 3 centuries have been against non-test playing nations. In the 6 matches India played against other major sides, Ganguly scored 116 runs only at an ordinary average of 18.83 with a higher score of 48 against Sri Lanka. Backs away and he's slapped that through the covers for 4. He's taking on the big quick. What a good shot that was as well.
And is blessed with God-given talent. Ganguly may not have a good record against the Australians. He can certainly hit a few good shots. That's all India needs. Every batsman coming out and maintaining a good strike rate. You don't need big hundreds from everybody. Just a few brief explosive knocks. The captain really set the trend in this innings after Tendulkar fell early.
Partnership of 33 and 32 balls now. I think Brett Lee will take too kindly to that slap through the offside. And Sourav Ganguly not too happy with the fact he didn't pick up a single that last ball. End of the over, 37 for 1. There's a quick look back at what's happened so far in this final. 359 for 2 Australia. India need 323 more to win. Gone over the top of gully, and it's going to run away for 4 more. So they're really taking on the Australian bowlers now, these two, Brenda Sohig and Sourav Ganguly. To talk you through the next half hour or so, it's going to be Michael Holding and Mark Taylor.
Thank you, Mike. Superb entertainment for the crowd, and they're loving every moment of it. I'm not sure Glenn McGrath's enjoying it too much, though. He's not used to this sort of treatment. It was very impeccable line and length, Glenn McGrath. It's not working at the moment. And another swing and a miss. Well, it's not easy to bowl to when batsmen are backing away and the ball's bouncing over the top of the stumps. I suppose Michael Holding, you've just got to try and bowl a good line and length and work on the theory that if they miss, you'll hit.
Yes, it's pretty difficult when batsmen are backing away and running at you down the wicket. But you have got to just maintain your calm, your cool, know what your job is. And that was a good delivery from Glenn McGrath. He has to just maintain his line and length. Just about off stump, just short of a good length. He doesn't want to be pitching too far up because, of course, they'll just play through the line. I don't think the pitch is doing as much now as it did earlier on. There's not as much lateral movement. So you're not going to be looking to pitch the ball too far up to get that lateral movement and get the outside edge.
And a slight change in the field. Second slip's moved to a short gully. That's good bowling from McGrath. It's exactly what Michael Holding is talking about. Well, same sort of stuff around about off stump. That was a similar sort of delivery that picked up Sachin Tendulkar. The batsmen are going to play plenty of shots. You just got to hang in there and wait for a mistake. And wait for one of those to go up in the air.
And that one could have. It wasn't that short. What is interesting is the man at point is no longer walking and he's staying on the edge.
Oh, I'm not really sure how that missed the stumps. Glenn McGrath had his hands on his head. Adam Gilchrist in the end did well to save 4 byes, but it must have been perilously close to leg stump.
That's why it wasn't called as a wide. Good umpiring again from umpire David Shepherd. Passed very close to that leg stump and just started to swing back to the offside.
Well, he's got the one back over Glenn McGrath's head. The straight pull shot. 5 from the over. 42 for 1 after 7. 42 for 1. 6 runs per over at the moment. So it's a good start from India. Having lost their star batsman there, Sachin Tendulkar, in the very first over of the game. It's a huge blow. Sehwag and Ganguly are giving it their best. Oh, I'm not sure what happened there. I think Virender Sehwag may not have picked it up all that well.
I think he was expecting it to bounce a lot higher. I think this pitch has flattened out quite a lot. There is not as much lateral movement. Look at that delivery. That should have bounced a bit higher than it actually did. And I know Sehwag expected it to. It was short. It has pitched very short. Was looking to go down, but he kept his eyes on it. In the end, he took his eyes off, but he realized it wasn't bouncing very high.
Well, Mikey, I tell you what, he's very fortunate. It didn't bounce higher. He did take his eye off it towards the end, and in the end, the ball hit him on the gloves. Saved him what could have been a very painful blow. At least 1 for that. And in fact, he'll come back for 2. That's good running. Well fielded 2 from Glenn McGrath. The Australians are definitely trying to soften them up. This is what's been the Australian plan. Has been to bowl a fair few short balls early on in this World Cup. Try and soften the batsman up.
Has a strong arm, Glenn McGrath. Very good throw right by the stumps.
Oh, that's once again glove or chest. Brett Lee, a big follow through. Maybe it's a little bit of advice to the batsman on how to play the short ball. I'm not sure Sehwag needed it.
Well, maybe he does need it. Maybe he needs a bit of advice as to exactly what to do. That was a good bouncer, though. Those are the bouncers that I like to see as fast bowlers bowling. Pitching off stump or just outside off stump and coming into the right-hander, following him. In the end, he played it well, Virender Sehwag.
Well, once again, no words. It's good to see from Brett Lee. Plenty of fire. Keeping it all in check. Just the single on this occasion. The crowd really has come to life here. This is why they call it the Bullring Wanderers Stadium in Johannesburg. A wonderful atmosphere. And you get a game like this, a World Cup final. Australia with a mammoth total. 2 for 359. India, all they can do is come out and play their shots and just hope for the best.
And perhaps hope for some rain. If it's rained out before 25 overs, they come back tomorrow and do it all over again. Don't quite understand the reasoning behind that, but that's the rule.
Well, that's nicely played. Just for the single. I'm not really sure why they do that. We have a reserve day tomorrow with covers the way, and also another reserve day on Tuesday as well, but I'm not sure why they don't just continue on with a match where they've already in the situation that it is when or if rain or bad light comes. Hopefully it won't come today at all, and we'll see 100 overs, or the best part of 100 overs bowled today. But with covers the way they are today, and ground staff and all the facilities which are available to groundsmen these days, I'm not really sure why we don't just continue on and where the game stops on day 1. Oh, lovely shot. It's time Brett Lee over pitches. Sehwag smashes him through the covers. The 50's up. 1 wicket down and only 8 overs bowled. Well, Ganguly started over number 9 with a boundary. McGrath looking for the Yorker, I think. Ganguly's been backing away and playing plenty of shots behind the square wicket area. This time the Yorker, or the attempted Yorker, fired in. Ganguly punishes him through the covers.
Not too sure this is quite the way to go. Sure, you want to be scoring runs quickly and you need to be scoring at over 7 runs and over from the beginning of the innings. But I doubt whether you can play premeditated shots like this throughout 50 overs, because that's what they'll have to bat to get these 350 odd runs. 360 as a matter of fact to get. Don't see them batting like this for 50 overs. They've got to do a little bit more thinking.
Got that one away for a single. And I think what Ganguly and Sehwag are trying to do is to score as many as they possibly can in these first 15 overs. Probably 100 at least, maybe 120. And that way put the pressure back on Ricky Ponting. At least let them know that they're going after these runs. Nothing to lose. 7.2 runs and over at the start of this innings. It's now 7.35 required from here on in.
What is interesting as well, Mark, is the situation with the Duckworth Lewis. I've seen that there are a few clouds building up around the ground. Of course, if it rains and is washed out before 25 overs are bowled, it's all over. That's it. We come back tomorrow. But if they get to 25 overs and they lose only 1 wicket, India only need 129 runs. That's not a lot of runs.
They actually need 130 to win. 129 to tie, Michael. It's a short ball from McGrath. Yes, 1 for 129 will tie the game after 25 overs, which does, when you look at it on face value, seem to be very much in India's favour. It still leaves them some 230 runs to get in 25 overs after that point. So at the moment, after 25 overs, the Duckworth-Lewis system certainly favours India, provided they don't lose wickets. The more wickets they lose, the more they need to be. And that one's up in the air. It may well be safe, though. It will be. Falls in between 3 Australian fieldsmen, and the Indian crowd love it. $57 for 1. African President Thabo Mbeki there, enjoying the cricket. Lovely to have him along here as well. And being entertained too. Some wonderful stroke play. Wonderful atmosphere. And it looks like, to me, like he's enjoying every moment.
I think presidents don't get too much time off from their normal duties. So I would suppose you would be enjoying this moment. A time to relax, a time to forget the problems of the world. So Ganguly has a few problems himself. Not a president, but the captain. Won the toss, asked Australia to bat, and in my book he was let down badly by his bowlers, the opening bowlers in particular, very badly. Herculean task now to get 360. Some would say impossible.
Another swing and a miss. Well, I can tell you, Michael, if they happen to get the runs, 360, could you believe that 720 runs could be scored in one day's play?
Well, it would be very entertaining, that is for sure. Because the Australian innings was entertaining, unless you're an Indian supporter, of course. Well, I said to both Ricky and Saurabh this morning at the toss, well, I am very relaxed. I have no emotions here. Both of them looked a bit nervous. Ricky was a bit more relaxed than Saurabh Ganguly. But it's the big one.
A change of field here. Looks to me like Ricky Ponting's going to put 2 men in the deep on the offside. A deep point going in, as well as the deep third man, so there's no one outside the field restriction circle on the leg side. Only 2 men on the leg side. Wide mid on, and a backward square leg. And he goes leg side. What's good batting from Ganguly? He didn't get bat on ball here, but he knows that's where to score. Fine legs up. There's no one in the deep. If he gets any sort of bat on that other than a fine edge, he's going to pick up 4.
Good thinking. Just to move a bit too far. He was too far away from the line of the ball when he played the shot. Got too far outside off stump. He needs the ball to be pretty close to that right shoulder of his when he's hooking. All he has to do is get something on the ball. Well, once it's not too thin on edge.
What's the betting on the big Yorker? At the stumps. No ball called again. So the pressure is showing on the Australians. There's no doubt about that. Tactics used by the Indian batsman you wouldn't see in too many textbooks. When you're chasing 360, you can throw the textbook out. You're just going to try everything you possibly can to set the Australian off balance a little bit. At the moment, they're doing a reasonable job. Brett Lee started with a maiden, and since then, he's bowled a few no balls, 3 in total, 2 wides. Oh, there's mix-up. There's people diving everywhere. Very neat from Brett Lee, mind you. He's left 1 stump down the bowler's end.
I think what he wants to do, Brett Lee, is to demolish the stumps at the other end, and that's how Ganguly is batting at. But total mix-up here. Not proper communication between both. Well, the stump camera is still intact.
Very nice of Brett Lee, actually. The one he left was the one with our stump camera in it. There it is, left-hand side of your picture, the off stump for the right-handed batsman. That's the one that didn't get knocked over. The other 2 were all over the place. Straight up in the air. This should be out, and it will be out. Darren Lehmann has got it. There's the 2nd wicket. Brett Lee's got his first, and that's 21 wickets for Brett Lee. And India now are in real trouble, 58 for 2.
It just could not last. No way can you just play premeditated shots throughout an innings like this and it will last. It wasn't short enough, but it was in his mind, Sourav Ganguly. 2 men on the onside, none of them in the deep. That's the direction to go, but you've got to select the right delivery. That wasn't. It's 58 for 2.
Average of tick under 30. Strike rate of 73. That's quite acceptable. And he's out here replacing his captain, who, a bit like Sachin Tendulkar, tried to hook a ball that wasn't quite there. It's good captaincy from Ricky Ponting. Moved 2 men in the deep on the offside. Offered the bait for Ganguly if he's going to play the hook shot. It's not his favourite shot. And he was beaten by pace and probably the line of the ball as well. Another quick delivery to finish. Successful over for Lee. 10 bowled, 58 for 2. Loss at the same stage. That's over the top. And Brett Lee will do the fielding.
Strong arm from Brett Lee. Strong right arm for bowling as well. You'll see that this wasn't very short. You can see the height that the ball got to, just above waist high for Sourav Ganguly. Not the right delivery to be trying to play the hook shot.
Well, I'm not really sure what the 5 was for, but that is 21 wickets for Brett Lee in the World Cup. It's been people like Brett Lee and Andrew Bickle from the Australian side have picked up wickets when Jason Gillespie had to go home, and also replaced Shane Warne, who didn't bowl a ball at all in this World Cup. Some of the lesser lights, I suppose you'd say, have really stepped up for the Australian side in this World Cup campaign. Andrew Bickle, 15 wickets, 117 runs as well with the bat. And that's a big edge. There's wicket number 3. And that's wicket number 20 for Glenn McGrath.
Well, it's just a matter of maintaining that line and length. That's what Glenn McGrath did. Just about off stump. Not very good footwork there from Mohammed Kaif. Drifting away from the ball, not getting close to it. Umpire Shepherd had absolutely no doubt. Well, India were in trouble. They are in deeper trouble. 59 for 3.
India's Mr. Consistency, I would call Rahul Dravid. Solid performer in both forms of the game, averaging 39 in one-day cricket, 207 matches. He's taken over the keeping in this World Cup as well. And Mohammed Kaif, victim of some poor footwork. So probably thinks himself a little unlucky. There's been plenty of balls swishing past the edge of the bat from both sides, particularly in the first 15 overs. And unfortunately for Kaif and for India, he got a little tickle on that one. And Adam Gilchrist was almost running towards Glenn McGrath before he caught the ball on that occasion. That's a simple one.
Well, one doubts whether you'll see that sort of stroke play from Rahul Dravid. Certainly technically one of the soundest batsmen in this Indian team. You won't see him playing a shot like this. Both feet together, not really getting close to the ball. Very thin edge through.
Just a little bit of shape too for Glenn McGrath, a little bit of movement away from the right-handers. He's bowling into a nice breeze. He's bowling slightly into the breeze. And a few clouds building up, but nothing overly threatening at the moment. We tell from the locals that the rain actually comes from behind us here in our commentary box. It's a nice shot. Get 2 for that. And he's off the mark, Rahul Dravid. And a successful over for Glenn McGrath, 11 bowled, 61 for 3.
Location, location. Located in Hobart's Salamanca precinct, the Customs House Hotel. A relaxing atmosphere with natural historical charm. Modern Australian cuisine with a Tasmanian seafood influence. Experience modern ensuite accommodation in an 1846 heritage building on Hobart's waterfront and close to the CBD. The Customs House Hotel, Hobart.
Tendulkar for 4, Ganguly 24 and Kaif no score. And the 3 men out. Sehwag on 26 and Dravid on 2. And there's the World Cup, that's what they're playing for. Australia the holders. And another no ball for Brett Lee.
Charging in Brett Lee, looking for top pace, just stretching a bit too far with that deliberate stride. 4 no balls already.
There's 21 wickets to Brett Lee, 20 to McGrath. Chaminda Vaas with 23 as the leading wicket taker in the World Cup. Oh, another good short delivery. Very well directed. And Sehwag really is having trouble with the short one. It doesn't look like he wants to play the hook shot. He's not avoiding it very well either.
Certainly not playing it very well at all. At least he's surviving though, Virender Sehwag. This is Brett Lee's 6th over. Glenn McGrath has already bowled the 6. One doubts whether Ricky Ponting will go too much further with either. Perhaps another over at the most.
Oh, it's just past the outside edge on that occasion as well. He just hasn't made up his mind. Virender Sehwag, he's not sure whether he wants to play the ball or whether he wants to avoid it. In the end, he's doing neither. He's leaving the gloves and the bat in the wrong area. In the end, if he gets any sort of bat on that, it's going to present an easy catch to either Gilchrist or one of the slips.
In fact, that's the same sort of position that the man that's usually doing the catch in practice in the mornings will take, just edging the ball towards the slip cordon.
President Mbeki sitting back down, maybe just looking up to the heavens too, checking the clouds out. Another 14 over, or 13 and a half overs are needed to constitute a match here. The second side has to face 25 overs to constitute a match. There's a few clouds out to the north. I just wonder if the Australian captain will be keeping an eye on those. What does Ricky Ponting do here, Michael? Does he maybe bowl one of his slower bowlers to try and get through a few overs? India need to be 158 after 25 overs, 3 wickets down to win the match. Ricky Ponting may be thinking about getting through some overs.
I think Brett Lee is the slowest as far as completion of overs is concerned, so you just may see one of the slower bowlers being brought on from his end. Still a fair way to go though, 13 more overs to be bowled.
Well, we had some rain, overnight rain, quite heavy overnight rain. Fortunately, play started this morning. Sky was quite clear, but it does tend to move in rather quickly here. Quite a strong northwesterly breeze blowing. The locals tell me that generally the bad weather comes from the southwest. That's where you're looking now. Nothing major out that way. It's round to the northwest. There's a few clouds. That's a good over from Brett Lee. 12 bowled, 62 for 3, India. 12 overs bowled. Australia are well in front in the comparison, with 32 runs in front, and 3 wickets to the better. But, I think Ricky Ponting has got an eye on the weather. We're going to have a change out in the middle. Some of the ground staff are making some movements towards covers. Brad Hoggs moving into the attack. Moving into the commentary box is Richie Benaud and Ian Botham.
Well, Mark Taylor's called it correctly. The slow bowlers are on. They'll get through their overs quickly. Brad Hogg the first one. Lehman is also loosening up. He gets through his overs very quickly. So rain would play a big part here this afternoon. Didn't pick the wrong one. Very good afternoon, Ian.
Afternoon, Richie. I hope it stays good. Wrong and not picked. A couple here. Just hope for the sake of everybody that's in this ground that the game is finished today. It'd be a terrible shame it's not. It's never the same. But also we have this rule now. We have to start again, which I'm afraid I can't work out.
The Australians made 359 for 2. India scoring 5 and a bit and over. India also will have an eye on the weather. They will be trying to have as few overs bowled as possible. Situation they're in at the moment. They'll be holding up Hogg as much as possible.
doggy.
It's a good over, 64 for 3, 13 gone. Now Darren Lehman. Each time India lose another wicket under the Duckworth-Lewis system, their task becomes more difficult. Four. Good shot. They still need to make runs as well as make sure they don't lose wickets. Everyone's got to be thinking out there. Ponting's taken the first step by bringing on the spinners as a challenge.
I think there's as big a cheers as any from the Indian supporters, which because there's some rain in the air. And they're thinking, OK, we'll get this washed out and we can start again tomorrow. I don't think it's going to be that much rain. It shouldn't be the case anyway.
We're inside the 15 overs, so the two batsmen out there, Sehwag and Dravid, will take the opportunity to hit down the ground or hit into the open spaces to pick up runs and reduce their deficit. There he goes again. So Ponting's got to make the tactical decisions. He's decided to try and get through a few more overs. He won't be able to see on the ground that behind the rain clouds there is some bright sky.
Sehwag's doing exactly the right thing. What he doesn't need to do though is get out. Because every time a wicket falls, as which I'm saying to you, it starts to climb the rate quite quickly. The arm was that low with that delivery, it was almost underarm from Darren Lehman.
Bowled the last two very well. It's 76 for 3. Now Ponting's just taking a little more time now. He's making sure he's got his field settings right. Can only have 2 men outside the circle. Well, Gilchrist wants to know a bit more about it, but it looked to me from here, and we are a long way away, that the batsman made it safely. There was some hesitation.
There's some hesitation, but Steve Buckner's response, I think, says, well, I don't really think so, but we'll have a look. They need to have a look, but he's home.
The batsman safe. Another situation where you actually need a direct hit to be able to affect a run out in those circumstances. (77 for 3). Sehwag on strike is 38.
A bit of a freebie. When you're trying to get through the overs, you still have to concentrate when you're bowling, and that's short and wide. And really is a help yourself delivery. Hit it any way you want. He does.
Six. Favourite spot today.
Well, Ricky Ponting went in that direction. Linda Sehwag has done exactly the same. Good clean strike. Hit it with the spin. And a long way.
Man out of long on will allow only the single.
Come on, lads, one more wicket. Run and steady now, come on. Hogging the bread.
The field head. Bump ball. End of the over. It's 88 for 3. 15 gone now.
After Andy Bickle opens his spell with a wide, we'll have a look at the 3 LG great moments. The first one is Chaminda Vaz with a hat-trick.
Yes, a hat-trick to start the match against Bangladesh. First 3 deliveries, 3 wickets. That certainly was a memorable moment for the Sri Lankan quickie, who at the moment is the leading wicket taker in the tournament.
It's a great moment for Vaz and also the Sri Lankans. Not so at the moment for the Indians. But another highlight, I'm sure you'll agree at home, were the Kenyans. A revelation in this tournament. Sehwag just brings up his half-century. YG, the Kenyans, what a tournament they had. No one expected them to be in a semi-final. They were, and they were happy about it.
Well, that was the moment they reached the Super Sixes, but they went further than that. They then reached the semi-final stage. That was Kennedy Otieno Obaya making the stumping.
Sehwag now has brought up his 50 with that single off Andy Bickle. 90 for 3, the Indians. Well, opportunity knocks in World Cups, and Andrew Symonds, he has stood up and become quality international cricketer.
This all started with that innings against Pakistan in the first game at the Wanderers. 143, tremendous knock from Andrew Symonds.
Live at the Wanderers, that's a boundary. Well, you give credit to the Indians, they're having a crack at this. Big total required, 360 to win. Playing some wonderful shots on the way to trying to achieve, you would think, is an ungettable total. Funny game this, excuse the pun. After this delivery, we'll just give you a look at the numbers again for the 3 moments this evening. LG great moments. SMS A, B or C to 0428553690 or call 1902553690. Just follow the prompts and you can win the big LG Plasma widescreen TV, 127 centimetres of it. It could be yours. It's more like a piece of art, doesn't it? It's all the great sporting moments, can even be a computer monitor. Now this competition closes at 9 AM Sydney time this morning, and the winner will be announced on Mornings with Kerry Ann on Tuesday. There's the LG great moments. Chaminda Vaz, Kenya, Andrew Symonds. The numbers, SMS or call. Plasma widescreen TV up for grabs. 127 centimetres, 50 inches. It's the next World Cup on a wonderful piece of machinery. India now 96 for 3.
Not a bad shot. Plays some good start. Chaminda Sehwag drives, cuts, and then particularly severe on the spinners. He wasn't going to let them settle. That was a bit of a freebie. We'll just check the next one. Nothing wrong with that. That goes a long way. Well played, 50.
Now Glenn McGrath's back on, take the place of Brad Hogg. Hogg and Lehman bowled just at 2 overs. 2 for Hogg, 1 for Lehmann, 3 overs in all.
So frustrating for bowlers. You bowl a good delivery and another one goes up against your name.
Now the lights have been put on, although the light's better now than it has been in the last half hour. The sky's clearing, although we've got some rain. There is a man out there, but he's not going to be able to get to that. $100 up for India. So we've got a very exciting contest on here. India doing well in the face of this mammoth target set for them by Australia.
Well, India must be thinking, oh, we keep going like this. If we do come up to 25, we could be in a position where we win the game.
Well, they've got to be thinking all the time out there. Their reasoning now will be that there's every chance it will be a 25 over match. Now the rain's coming down heavier, but it does look as though it'll only be a short, sharp shower.
They might have a chat after this ball, the two umpires. But I agree, I think it's only going to be a short break. Not very long at all. It's the brightest it is now, and it's raining the heaviest. Who'd be a weatherman?
The batsman's turned to Steve Buckner, who's turned his back on him, but they will come together after this ball. Umpire Shepherd's going across to umpire Buckner now. The sun's coming out as well. We've got the lights on. The umpire's saying bring on the covers. A lot of Indian supporters think that's the end of the game.
I think they need to read the rules, Richie, because this will be a very short break. Short and sharp. And I expect them to be back out there very shortly. 17 overs have been completed. 25 is needed to constitute a game. So what India will do is have a look and see how many runs they need. Should it be 25? But I think we could have a clear evening after this has gone past. The worst of the rain is passing away to our right as we sit in our commentary box. That does look quite heavy out there, but it is heavy at the moment. The sun's out, the lights are on. As you can see, it really is quite bright. That's the rain that's gone. That's way over to our right. And the rain is coming from a little further to the left as we look now. And that's about the area out there, which is much brighter. I think there'll be a bit of rain, maybe another 5 minutes, if that. I don't think it's going to have very much of a bearing. In fact, it will be easing off as we talk. Frustrating. No one wants this, though. Players don't want it. Crowd doesn't want it, unless, of course, you think you've got a chance of a rematch tomorrow.
All right, well, let's have a look at what the situation is here. Umbrellas up, rain coming down. India 103 for 3. The lights are on, but the sun is out as well. If you think that's complicated, you should be sitting here watching it. Now, let's just have a look, first of all, at the Indian batting. 103 for 3. Tendulkar out for 4. Ganguly for 24, Mohammed Kaif 0, and Dravid 12 not out, with Sehwag 56 not out, and that's in reply to Australia's 359 for 2. That was a tremendous performance from the Australians. Gilchrist 57 and Hayden 37. Ricky Ponting 140 not out, the highest score ever in a World Cup final, and the partnership between Ponting and Martin, the biggest in the history of World Cups. 1975, when the first World Cup was on, Rowan Canai and Clive Lloyd established the previous best record. 359 for 2, and now we're into the rain area where the Duckworth-Lewis system can come in. There are 17 overs used up so far, so 8 to go before we have a match. The sun is out very strongly now, so there's no problem about the light. This is just the edge of a rain shower, and I would anticipate they will get to the 25 overs. Now, in the dressing room, India are trying to work out what they need. They need 55 from 8 overs, so that they're ahead in case the 25th over is bowled, and then the storms come. So you do need to be...
What would be a remarkable match. Well, it should be exciting and entertaining for us all.
Well, it could happen. The umpires have taken their time to get out there because the rope being pulled between the two vehicles hasn't finished its job yet, and they've been in touch with the groundsman out in the centre so that they know when they get onto the field they can be followed by the teams and play can begin almost immediately. But there have been delays with the ground staff getting the covers off, now the rope being pulled around, and when that is finished then the players will come down the race and follow the umpires into the ground. Now that rope that's being pulled is going to be placed as part of the boundary rope. It's actually a clever little bit of work.
I was impressed with the driving. Manoeuvred that well. Amazing how much water that rope does remove when it's dragged around. And that's been put into place. The umpires are out there. Talking to the groundsman, who I'm sure is assuring them that everything's fine in the immediate future. Australian team on their way out.
The Australian players on their way out now, just momentary delay down the bottom while they clear all the vehicles and the ground staff get off the field. Ravi Shastri has come into the commentary box now, and alongside him will be Michael Holt.
Thank you, Richie. So the wait is over for the Australians. They're back out there. The sun beating down now. The lights are still on at the moment. 26 minutes were lost because of that drizzle. And Virendra Sehwag and Rahul Dravid will once again come out to the centre and try and put up a fight. No overs have been lost as yet because you need to lose 1 hour of play before they start coming down on the overs. So the target still 360. And that's good to see, really. The last thing you want in a big game like this, after one team has played so well, is for the rain to intervene and be a spoiled sport. I think the crowd that's turned out here today would want a proper game to be played. But a daunting task still, Michael, for the Indians.
Definitely, Ravi. I think the crowd that have turned up today would certainly love to see a proper game, but I think a lot of them, or perhaps most of them, would like to see that being played again tomorrow. Because I think India have a lot more supporters here today than Australia. And if they start all over tomorrow, even pegging, I think India may consider themselves to be in a much better position than they are in right now. Sehwag is going well though. 56 to his name, just 55 deliveries. And the Bickle to continue.
Now he's got to start all over again. Bickle starts off with a wide, in fact, the bowler as well as the batsman. But Sehwag was going nicely when the players went off the field. 56 from 55 balls.
Seven fours, 2 6s for Virender Sehwag.
Good line by Bickle. And what the Australian bowlers will want to do is just keep the ball in the right places. They know the Indian batsmen have to take the risk. The required rate is 7.8 at the moment.
And Ricky Ponting, of course, has decided now with the weather as it is, more than likely it will go the full distance. So he doesn't have to be over-attacking. No slips. 5 men inside the circle, though.
And there is a deep square leg, so just a single. And that'll bring Dravid on strike.
You won't see Rahul Dravid scoring at a run of ball at the beginning of his innings. Very rarely that he even gets there at the end of his innings. Sehwag will certainly have to do the bulk of the scoring. But that's him, that's the way he'll go about it. Pushing the ball into the gaps, picking up singles. Of course, he has the ability to hit boundaries if he gets bad deliveries.
Yes, this is his job, is to rotate the strike, give as much of the strike as possible to Virender Sehwag. He's the man who's got the shots in his armory, he's got the ability to find the boundary. Bickle right in the way there, he was apologizing later. In the air, leading edge, just out of the reach of the bowler.
Was a fair way away from Andy Bickle, but he was still intent on trying to get there.
And there is a man at deep point, but no slips in place at the moment. 4 men in the ring on the offside. And he's found the gap, Sehwag. He'll get a couple.
Of course, with that rain, the outfield would have slowed down a bit. That's another negative for India. This is obvious, the line is off stump. 4 men inside the circle on that offside. 2 others deep. 3rd man as usual, man on the point boundary as well.
So that single brings up the 50-run partnership. 18 overs have been bowled. It's 109 for 3. So the second 50-run partnership of this Indian innings. Still to come, Yuvraj Singh, and they've got the extra batsman, Mongia. Then the bowlers, Glenn McGrath on his way. Good fielding, and was hit hard by Sehwag. Bradley Hogg was the fielder.
Trying to find the gap that he found in the previous over. That would have been to Bradley Hogg's right. 3rd man had a chance of cutting that off. Imagine that, still 250 to get.
Dravid off in a flash. He'll get 5 runs, but a direct hit would have had him in trouble. He was taking on Andrew Symonds.
Bit of a risk here. Took off initially, then wasn't too sure if Sehwag was answering his call. He was a long way out, a very long way out. Australians didn't even have a chance of backing up themselves, but he would have been out by a distance.
Well, I think the problem for Symonds was Dravid was in the line of the stumps, and hence couldn't quite get the accuracy he was looking for with the throw.
Still doing something when it hits the seam, but certainly it's a lot better for batting now than it was when Australia batted. Looking for that area of the ground again, that backward point area. If he gets it in front of square on the offside, there's cover there. Gets it too fine, there's the third man.
Now Virendra Sehwag flashes hard, and you can see the Australians realize that they're right on the edge of the circle. Point and backward point. So it gives them the extra bit of time. And he doesn't mind taking the aerial route when he looks to hit in that direction.
Glenn McGrath quite happy to continue bowling that line. Brad Hogg, the finer of the two, he comes in and stops right by the circle.
Still can't get it. 6 of the over, 115 for 3.
The Nissan Pulsar is
115 for 3. Scoring rate just dipping now. With the fast bowlers back on. And really, one would have to say Sehwag is the key man. If India have to get a respectable score. There's still Yuvraj Singh to come. He's one man who can hit the boundaries. He's a clean striker of the ball. So India opting to play with 7 specialist batsmen. Got Mongia coming in at 7. And then the bowlers, Harbhajan Singh batting at number 8. But really you feel, just get the feeling, Sehwag getting a little edgy out there. And he's going to try something, even look to improvise. Brilliant. He's such a good fielder in that position, Ricky Ponting, and he's always attacking the ball. And that ball was travelling quickly, but have a look at this.
Thinking about throwing as well, Ricky Ponting. Decided not to. Didn't want to take the chance of Brett Lee not being able to back up on the other side of the wicket.
He's got that away on the onside and plenty of bat on it. Beats mid-on, finds the boundary.
Sehwag hasn't had the best of World Cups, but he's certainly doing well now, coming to the party, as they would say. Very upright seam from Andy Bickle, but Sehwag keeping his eyes on it very well, rolling the wrist. Just see him playing over the ball there, making sure that it goes to ground quite quickly.
Moves on to 65. And the best score in the tournament. For him, a 66 that was made on this ground against the Sri Lankans. See, otherwise, nothing to write home about. He got a few starts, but didn't really go on to make the big score. Fine shot. He's found the gap again. This time he won't get the boundary. 7 runs coming off that last over. 122 for 3. .122 for 3. Australia at this stage were 126 for 2. So not much to choose between the two sides at this stage. But what happened in the last few overs, the question to be asked, can India do it? Australia had wickets in hand. In fact, they didn't lose another wicket on their way to getting 359. Now, Bradley Hogg being brought back into the attack. I'm sure we're going to have some fireworks here. Sehwag's eyes will light up, but that gives Hogg a chance to pick up a wicket as well.
For the time being, though, it's Mr. Stability, Rahul Dravid, that's on strike. Lots of gaps to pick up singles, though. I think Ricky Ponting could well afford to have another fielder or two inside the circle when Rahul Dravid is on strike. Not so for this man, though. He needs to have a bit of protection in the deep.
Well, he goes for the big one. He's not going to waste time with Bradley Hogg. He's found the boundary, Sehwag. He feels that's India's best chance of just gaining some momentum.
Well, this is a story when you're playing against Australia. You have got to try and survive the Brett Lee, Glenn McGrath onslaught.
He was hitting against the spin there. This time he takes the single.
If you can survive that Brett Lee, Glenn McGrath onslaught, you have an excellent chance of certainly scoring at a much quicker rate against the other bowlers.
Darling.
He's playing sensibly at the moment. Rahul Dravid. He will nudge and push till Sehwag is there. 1 ball remaining in this over. Will he look to keep the strike or look to hit the big one? That's the question to be asked.
Oh, damn. That's right.
Can't get it through. 7 again off the over. 129 for 3. Andy Bickle will continue. I just heard on the PA, the official crowd for this game today, over 31,000. The capacity of the ground, they said at the start, was 30,000. So the new capacity for the moment is 31,779.
Big shout from Andy Bickle, that last delivery. A bit ambitious, though.
Now there's the mid-wicket for Virendra Sehwag. got a boundary in the last over in that direction. So just 3 in the ring on the offside. You can see a mid-on and mid-wicket. And there's 2 men in the deep. There were 4 in the ring in the last over. So 1 man has been taken off from there. So clearly suggests the line is going to be much straighter to Sehwag. Gives himself room and just out of the reach of Bradley Hogg. A valiant attempt, got 1 hand to it, but the ball didn't stick.
Great attempt though. Sehwag giving himself a bit of room there, trying to hit through the offside. Went to his weaker hand. Bradley Hogg, of course, being a left-handed bowler. Almost.
Oh, that's a good delivery. That surprised Dravid. That came from nowhere.
Excellent delivery. Rahul Dravid was looking to come on to the front foot. Pitch certainly has flattened out. Last 20 overs or so. Latter stages of the Australian innings and the first stages of this Indian innings have been the better part of the pitch on which to bat. That was a good delivery. Smelling leather. .22 runs for Rahul Dravid, just 1-4. Not quite the same form of scoring by Virender Sehwag. He has 9 4s and 2 6s in his 72.
Just 3 runs in that last over. It's 132 for 3.
The Nissan
132 for 3. 22 overs have been bowled. Brad Hogg will continue. That's well played. Dravid will come back for the second.
Just 1-4 for Rahul Dravid. 9 singles, and he still has a strike rate of 85.7. Keeps the scoreboard ticking over.
You see, deliberately looking to play into the gap. The last ball was example of that. Last minute, just opening the face of the blade, because there was a big gap on the offside. So that'll bring Sehwag on strike.
You score 3 runs every 2 deliveries. That's 9 runs and over easily, without 4s or 6s.
He'll look for the big one, and he gets maximum. So Sehwag carries on to fight for India.
Well, he's the man that India are relying on. Sachin Tendulkar went quite early. He has to take over.
There are 2 men on the onside on the boundary, long on and deep mid-wicket. It's in front of the wicket. But Sehwag's the kind of player, he'll still take them on if the ball is in the right area. He'll look to go over the top. That was quicker. That won't have missed the leg stump by much.
got onto him very quickly. I think Virender Sehwag thought this was just a rank long hop. It was more of a flipper. Got onto him very quickly. It was just a rank long hop. He certainly would have had the time to play that full shot.
Terrific hit. One bounce over extra cover. 13 taken off the over. It's 145 for 3. 145 for 3. India maintaining a similar run rate to that of Australia. Pickle continuing.
I'll tell you what, Ravi. After 23 overs, Australia were 144 for 2. India 145 for 3. So 1 run in front, but that important factor, the wickets. 1 wicket more than Australia as well. But have a look at that. Still 215 to get. 360, that's a big score.
What can you do? You're going along nicely. The required rate, when you look up and see it, it's over 8 runs per over. And that can be disheartening to any side. The run rate they're maintaining at the moment is over 6.
Certainly can be disheartening, Ravi. When you're batting, you have to keep an eye on the scoreboard just to see how things are going. But you don't want to be seeing the asking rate over 8. Those are the highest totals in one-day internationals. Not in the World Cup, in all one-day internationals. Sri Lanka, top of the list.
No, no!
And of course, we're talking about 50 over games. There used to be 60 over games years ago. 359 for 2. Only 7 scores higher than that. If India win, they have to make the 8th highest score in the history of one-day internationals. 50 over one-day internationals, that is.
There's quite a few of those scores you saw there have come in World Cups. A lot of those scores in excess of 350. 398 for 5 was in the 96 World Cup. Then you see that score at number 3, 373. That was in the World Cup in 99. And another score there, 360 for 4. That's when Vivian Richards went berserk. 1987. And now Australia. So quite a few big scores in World Cups.
And the Bickle continues to bowl well, though. Just the wide and now the leg by of Andy Bickle. Well, apparently that was a run. No signal coming from umpire Steve Buckner. So the wide and the single, 2 runs from the over so far. To maintain scoring rate required, you've got to score at both ends, and the Bickle making sure that doesn't happen at the moment.
Sehwag has to hurry. He's gone. A direct hit. The third umpire called for. The Australians are celebrating. It was Darren Lehmann running in. It was always going to be a tight call. The call from the commentary box, he's gone.
Definitely. Don't think there's any doubt here. As we have seen on so many occasions, when you hit the stumps full on, that extra fraction of a second that it takes for you to get the ball and take the bails off, usually the batsman gets in. Well, the third umpire is Rudy Kurtzen. He's a television umpire. He'll be the one making this decision. Don't think he'll have too many problems making this one.
Now that is a huge blow for India. Virender Sehwag had played so well. In fact, he started off slowly, but then when you saw that, he seemed to have made some ground. The problem was he had to run round the bowler and could not run straight. That might have taken a couple of yards off him. Short of his ground by a couple of yards. Good direct hit from Lehmann. Sehwag departs for 82 of just 81 balls. It's 147 for 4. And that has brought Yuvraj to the centre. Sehwag running towards the danger end, and he had to run round Bickle. That was the problem, just run round the bowler a little bit. But the throw was accurate. The Australians knew it. They were already celebrating even before the signal came from the third umpire, Rudy Kirsten. So Bradley Hogg will continue, and he'll breathe a sigh of relief now that Sehwag's been dismissed. So that single will bring Yuvraj Singh on strike. Another good striker of the ball. And to tell you more, moving into the commentary box now, Richie Beno is with Sanjay Manjrekar.
All sorts of field changes going on out there at the moment. Gilchrist is having a say, just trying to get the men into the right position from his angle.
Oh, yes, Georgie.
Well, India losing their explosive batsman. Sehwag was the last man gone. Tendulkar and Ganguly, the other two very attacking players, back in the dressing room. So there's only Yuvraj Singh now, who has the ability to play the big shots, but that's what you need. That's what India needs when you're looking at a required rate of 8.27. Dravid can build the partnerships, but you need some big hitting talent.
The flipper down the leg side, and that'll be called wide, and is by umpire Shepherd, who's not so unwide himself.
Talking of Shepherd, fair amount of exercise for David Shepherd. 150 for 4. Been quite a few sixes in this innings and in this match.
Oh, nice, Hoggy.
14 sixes so far in this final.
India still very much in with a chance here. They're not quite halfway towards the total. We're just on the 25th over, the halfway mark. That's nicely played. Lovely hands, Rahul Dravid. And he didn't pick that, but he eased his hands and his wrists around so that the ball just went off the face of the bat, not off the edge. The outfield has been slowed down with the rain. 25 gone. We have a match here at the Wanderers. 154 for 4.
The Nissan Pulsar is famous for being only 19,990 and for being loaded up with features. Now we're giving the 19,990 Pulsar a very big feature. A 1.8 litre engine. The 1.8 litre, not 1.6, 1.8 litre Pulsar. Now in 19,990 with air. Big engine, little price.
That's the situation. 206 needed from 150 balls. So that is gettable. The 4 wickets down is a bit more of a problem, but there was so much tactical stuff going on earlier that you can be forgiven for losing wickets. Now, I thought Sehwag was magnificent today. I got a great regard for him. I like anyone who gives it a bit of a thump, and he certainly does. He played some glorious strokes as well.
Had a couple of problems actually at the start of the innings. He had 2 innings to really play today. One was after the interruption. And he came in to bat with Tendulkar. Just couldn't get into his rhythm. The timing was all right. And then we had that brief stoppage when he was well set. Then we came back to resume the innings. Just lost the pace a bit again. But generally, he was good to watch.
That'll be slowed down by the outfield, so the fielder can get round and allow only 2 rather than 4. Inside edge off Andy Bickle. Yeah, Sehwag very good, and I like watching the players in the moment too. Yuvraj Singh, I think he is very good. That's the inside edge. Bowler says he's unlucky, and the batsman says thanks.
Dravid also has been very consistent for India in this tournament. Invariably, he's built up a critical partnership for India, and that is his endeavour today as well.
It's a beautiful shot. Even the slow outfield, the rain on it, won't pull that up. That was a super stroke.
Not renowned for power, Rahul Dravid, but this on drive that he plays right from his junior days of cricket has been his most powerful shot. Goes quickly to the fence. When he plays on the offside, when he's not looking to use the pace of the bowler, doesn't travel as quickly, but it gets into a good position when playing the on drive. The weight going into the shot. He's done his job. His strike rate is not bad, and he's always sought the help of the likes of Yuvraj Singh, Mohammad Kaif to build up some important partnerships. Today he'll be hoping Yuvraj Singh is able to contribute yet again in his efforts.
Can't do it again, not another Port Elizabeth for Andy Bickle with that little turn and flick and hit the stumps. Running between the wickets has been pretty good, but the Sehwag run out, that was more brilliant fielding than any misjudgment on the batsman's part.
And as far as Sehwag was concerned, he knew it was going to be a tight run, but he took his chances with the fielder. It's a difficult act. Got to run in. Getting a run out from mid-off, mid-on is never easy. You're running into the ball is hit pretty hard at you, so the important thing is to grab it, and he fell short by quite a margin. So that was excellent stuff under pressure by Darren Lehmann.
Down, 1 missed. Damien Martin can't field in the slips today. Ricky Ponting is there. He won't get a better catcher than Ricky Ponting. He's taken some blinders so far, but that one has gone down.
But it's a good delivery. Pitches on middle and leg and opens up Yuvraj Singh, looking to play on the leg side. Left-handed effort by Ricky Ponting. You get a last-minute indication that the ball is coming to you, and the batsman opens up. It's a very instinctive reaction to that one. Reach for it, and if at all anybody could have caught it, he would have.
It was always going away from Ricky Ponting, just sliding away from him. They won't take that one. Simons is coming in very fast. It's 162 for 4, 26 gone.
The Nissan Pulsar is famous for being only 19,990 and for being loaded up with features. Now we're giving the 19,990 Pulsar a very big feature. A 1.8 litre engine. The 1.8 litre, but not 1.6, 1.8 litre Pulsar. Now in a 19,990 with air. Big engine, little price.
359 for 2. Australia, Ricky Ponting, the highest score ever in a World Cup final. 140 not out, beat Vid Richards, previous best. Now here's Brad Hogg, following to Yuvraj Singh. Clipper again, still on leg stump. Now when Sehwag's run out, I've just got a feeling that he might have had a bit of a problem because Andy Bickle fell. He fell in delivery. This was the stroke. It went past Bickle, so he goes down. He can't reach it. Now he's coming back. Well, I suppose Sehwag only had to go a matter of few inches off his line, but it was the throw that did him. Lehmann throwing and with a direct hit. Just get a bit of water off the ball there. We had this very heavy rain. They dragged the rope around the ground and did very well with it for the bowlers.
Dravid has played Brad Hogg pretty well. Not sure about Yuvraj Singh. He's not a great player of spin, much better against seamers, Yuvraj Singh, and left-arm Chinaman bowlers. Something that he may not have seen too much at the first-class level in India.
Lehmann again.
He's doing the right thing. If at all, this tournament is matured as a batsman. He's very keen to get to the other end.
That was a last-minute selection by Yuvraj Singh. He realised it was the wrong one. Pretty well played it off the pitch, I think.
He was looking to play that big cover drive that he loves to play. Then it was the one that came in. That's the adjustment Richie Benaud was talking about.
And that should be out. That's what I said. That should be out. Assume nothing. Damien Martin let it get too low on him. He's playing in this match with a broken finger. It's 165 for 4.
The Nissan Pulsar is famous for being only 19,990 and for being loaded up with features. Now we're giving the 19,990 Pulsar a very big feature, a 1.8-litre engine. The 1.8-litre, not 1.6, 1.8-litre Pulsar, now only 19,990 with air. Big engine, little price.
And 65 for 4. Here's Bickle. A chance for Yuvraj Singh. Will that be of great significance in this rest of the afternoon?
Provided he decides to capitalize on it. He's a very lucky man. This is a simple catch for Australian fielders. Took his time. There was another one behind him in the stands, all ready to catch it. He mentioned about the finger injury that he'd had. He saw it on the second attempt. Didn't quite get the hand in the right place. So Yuvraj Singh, that's a big chunk of luck going his way.
Well, with that first replay we showed you, I reckon that indicates that Damien Martin was trying to protect that finger, which is understandable. He's actually got a broken finger. It's not one that you think might be broken. Now, it's on the right hand, and he was trying to get his left hand across. Hit him on the forearm on the way down. Not a good feeling. Well, that's a good shot. Slow outfield will pull this one up. Brad Hogg is the fielder. Try Brett Lee instead.
A lot more assured against the Simmers is Yuvraj Singh. Good push. He's a strong player both off the front foot as well as with the back foot. It's a slow outfield, but he's a powerful hitter of the ball, Yuvraj Singh, and it'd be better off playing more balls on this end because he's taking a few chances against the spinners, and that's purely because of insecurity every time he faces Brad Hogg.
Well, he might have decided it's his day. It is so far. Chasing 360 to win. 27.4 overs gone, so they've got to keep going at it. They can't afford to relax. It's a massive target set for them, but they do have 6 wickets in hand.
And that is the strength of this team. They continue to believe till the match is over. And that's precisely the reason why they were able to chase that total of 324 at Lords. Another big chase at Ahmedabad against West Indies, where Rahul Dravid got 100, where the match looked virtually impossible for India to win. They won it in the end because of the belief that is there in this new Indian team camp. They don't throw the towel too early. Sehwag was out there convinced that his team has a chance of winning the match, tried his best, and this man will do the same.
Direct hit, and I think he may well have been gone. It's 169 for 4. Davies, when they started, the rate was 7.2 with that 360 target. So they haven't let it get away from them in the sense of having it balloon by a run or 2 runs every 4 or 5 overs. It's only gone up by 1.4 runs an over, and we're into the 29th over now, so I think that's a terrific performance from the batsman. Still in with a big chance.
Yuvraj Singh is at the non-striker's end. He's just had a change of bats. Now this is the problem for Dravid, because Yuvraj Singh has not been able to score as freely against the spinner. So the onus is on Dravid, who is able to read Brad Hogg better than Yuvraj Singh. With Sehwag, who's quite happy picking up the 1s or 2s, but now he'll also have to start looking for boundaries, especially against the spinner. It'll be interesting to see what Yuvraj Singh does against Brad Hogg. He's had a change of bats, and I guess it's the heavier bat that he's gone for. Will he continue to attempt big shots against the spinner? Free fielders in the deep on the leg side.
Now that's the ball Hogg needs to concentrate on for Yuvraj Singh. That's what you'd call his orthodox delivery, the one that spins away from the left-hander or comes back from outside the right-hander's off stump. Just turns enough. He needs to concentrate on that more than on the wrong one, which he only needs to bowl very occasionally.
Well, I thought he just made it easier for Yuvraj Singh on that occasion, pushing the ball through. Was able to take it on the full. He'll find if he continues to bowl his slow leg spinners at Yuvraj Singh, he might just get a wicket for his team.
That's nicely placed, but the rain is still slowing. It's not raining at the moment, but the rain that fell is still slowing the ball across the outfield.
As you said, nicely placed. There was a sweeper cover and intentionally played late by Dravid to pick up the 2.
That was well bowled and very well played and fielded as well. 173 for 4.
LG, life's good.
Now, the Indian batsmen have still done well enough there to keep that required run rate below 9 and over. I know it sounds a lot, but while they can keep that rate hovering around that point, they're in with an opportunity.
Well, Sourav Ganguly in the last match, the semis against Kenya, had the sheet of paper, the important one, the Duckworth-Lewis method results. At the end of the overs and the fall of the wickets, the vice captain of the Indian team doing likewise. So along with the ball, they'll keep a watch on the skies as well. If the rain threat is not completely out of the way.
Now there is a man at long on. That's a field change by Ricky Ponting. He did have an orthodox mid-on, and that was the position from which Lehmann threw down the stumps for the right-hander Sehwag. But now he's pushed a man out on the boundary at long on, and he doesn't have an orthodox mid-on. He's got the fielder around at mid-wicket. Mid-wicket just coming into view. Bickle, the bowler, about to turn. So only 3 men on the onside, plus the mid-wicket.
He was eyeing that area behind extra cover and mid-off. That's a strong area, Yuvraj Singh. The aerial shot that he attempted was also, he was looking to push it just behind mid-off to get some runs. Not quite fluid as he's been so far in the tournament. It's been in great touch. A lot more single saving fielders for Rahul Dravid. 4 on the offside.
Dravid is adept at picking up the single there with that gentle little push out on the offside. Andrew Simons is the fielder there. I've been watching him closely. He's just going very calmly at the moment. He's not rushing in, but I think he might just be about to change his tactics. Looking for the run out.
So the mid-off has dropped back. I'm sure to the disappointment of Yuvraj Singh, resigned to just picking up a single, because that was the area that he was eyeing over mid-off when the fielder was inside the circle. Because you were talking about very adept at picking the singles, Rahul Dravid, and it's been a significant area of improvement for him. And in spite of 4 fielders being there in the ring, including Andrew Simons, Ricky Ponting at short extra cover, now they are trying to adjust the fielders there. Sure, the skipper is not happy with the ease that with which Dravid is picking up the singles.
Brad Hogg this time. And it's 178 for 4, 30 gone.
The Nissan Pulsar is famous for being only 19,990 and for being loaded up with features. Now we're giving the 19,990 Pulsar a very big feature, a 1.8-litre engine. The 1.8-litre, not 1.6, 1.8-litre Pulsar, now only 19,990 with air. Big engine, little price.
The way the score breakdown is for the 2 teams. The Australians ahead in the first session, not so in the second, just in the third.
Just looking at the over splits, got to be impressed with the way Indians have batted here. As far as runs are concerned, not too far behind even at this stage when you compare it with the Australian progress when they were batting. Quicker delivery, just a bit too late on that one. I think the pressure now is starting to build up on Dravid. He's also keeping a close eye on the overhead conditions. You can see they push through skids off the turf.
Well, Hogbow's a pretty good flipper. He's used it quite a lot today. Probably on the basis that he doesn't think the Indian batsmen pick it, but it can be a dangerous ball going at that pace with no actual third man or fine leg in position. Now that's the flipper again. I'll go back to what I said earlier about bowling to Yuvraj Singh for Hogg. He should be bowling his orthodox ball that spins away from the left hand. That should be stock ball to Yuvraj Singh.
Yes, that was a slipper from Brad Hogg. Straight into the gloves of Gilchrist, who made it look remarkably easy. Not an easy take for the keeper. And he'll be egging on the spinner to bowl the orthodox stuff. Yuvraj Singh on strike now. Just got to be a slow leg spinner, the slow Chinaman that he bowls so well. Just trying to make variations at the moment. Seems like he just wants to keep the big shots down. 1 wicket at this stage. Then the problems start for India. Dinesh Mongia next, Harbhajan Singh after him.
183 for 4.
LG, life's good.
Now that's why I'm suggesting that India is still right in this match. That little run worm. India are there level with Australia at the moment. They're not losing any ground. That's the great thing for them. They're going on very, very sensibly.
The problem for India is after a fall of a wicket, that's when they get into the Dinesh Mongia, Harbhajan Singhs, who haven't batted well in this tournament, or batted enough. But Yuvraj Singh, well, if he thought he was a lucky man when Damien Martin dropped him in the deep, this is the last ball of the previous over, smacked it hard, straight to Andrew Symonds and straight out. Fielding coach is watching the proceedings here. And if Australia win, I don't think he'll have time for lessons. There'll be plenty of celebrations.
Well, we've had a catch go down from Ponting. He was at slip, very difficult one. Then an absolute sitter drop by Damien Martin, and by Andrew Symonds standards, that was a straightforward catch. It may have been going fairly quickly from the full toss, but for Symonds, straightforward opportunity. 3 have gone down. Steve Waugh will be thinking very deeply about that. Good shot for 4. Can't get round on it. That outfield is killing the Indian batsman at the moment. Nothing can be done about it. It's just that the rain came down. It was like lightning earlier.
And you'll see the damage that's done to the field when Matthew Hayden does the slide. Will give you an idea how wet the outfield is. You can see their fair chunk of the turf also coming off with it. So it's a sluggish outfield at the moment, not working in India's favour.
Yes, the reference to Steve Waugh was his remark, or alleged remark, to Herschel Gibbs when Gibbs dropped him in that match up at Headingley. You've just dropped the World Cup. Well, there might be 3 Australians who are thinking about that out there at the moment. Damien Martin fielding with a broken finger and batted very well, made a lot of runs. Andrew Simons and the skipper himself, Ricky Ponting. Back onto the stumps, Bickle, you've done it again. Now that is such an important wicket. It's one of the unluckiest ways to be out. He has dragged that back on, Rahul Dravid trying to force the pace.
4 fielders inside the ring on the offside. He was very frustrated the last time when he missed out on an opportunity. And again, trying to pierce the field, not looking to pick up the single. Once he found that the Australian fielders are very alert. Andy Bickle has been the workhorse for Australia. He's picked up a valuable wicket. Rahul Dravid gone for 47. Now the problems start for India. 187 for 5.
The Nissan.
Dinesh Mongia, the new batsman, left-hander. 2 left-handers in at the moment. Yuvraj Singh is the man at the non-striker's end. 187 for 5 and 31.5 gone. Target 360. Andy Bickle. He's had a very, very good World Cup. That's the situation. 173 more needed and 109 balls await us. It's a good save. 32 overs gone now.
Rahul Dravid was trying to build up another match-winning partnership for India. Frustrated at not being able to rotate the strike enough. Was looking to hit a boundary through the covers. The 4 fielders packed on the offside inside the circle. It's a shot that he plays well. It's his unique shot. It's a square drive. Getting down on his knees, inside edge, and Bickle picks up his first wicket. Outfield is slow, will get maybe 2 if they push hard. Dinesh Mongia quickly back for the second. So it's the Punjab pair of Dinesh Mongia and Yuvraj Singh, much to the delight of our scorer statistician Max Kruger. Whether they can bail India out from the situation, time will tell.
That's 189 for 5 now. Brad Hogg continuing. He's bonding to Yuvraj Singh. He's got 2 left-handers to have a dash at the moment. He's got a couple of right-handers coming into the box now, like Haseman and Ian Botham.
Thanks, Richie. He's hit that reasonably well, in fact very well. It's gone just behind square on the leg side for 4. A couple of bounces. That's a good blow. Yuvraj Singh, we know, is a very fine player and will keep trying to get these runs. He'll stay nice and determined and positive.
That's the way to take out the wet outfield. Hit it in the air. And that's what it needs. It needs boundaries now, India. Lots of them.
Oh, George.
Lovely flight. Very, very good flight from Brad Hogg. Good fielding also. Good support from Ricky Ponting.
Nice, Huggy.
Good bowling again. It's good pace through the air, Beef. 85.5 k's per hour.
I think Yuvraj Singh made his move very early there. And Brad Hogg responded. Wits is a spinner. Watch the batsman.
And nice variation and a bit of aggression from Hogg. Not that the crowd enjoyed it too much, but that's the end of the 33rd over. 6 runs from it. 193 for 5. Brindisova was very aggressive for his 82 before he's brilliantly run out with a direct hit by Darren Lehmann. Andy Bickle now. What a try he is. That's away. That's going for 4. Another try batting.
Well, Dinesh Mongia's only been out there for a couple of deliveries. This is the second. Nothing wrong with that. Full flow of the bat. Got a half volley. Hit it on the up. A little bit of width. Allowed his arms to get free, but dispatched. With some style. At the start, Andy Bickle would have wanted in his final over.
Not the easiest time to come in and bat and throw the willow, but I suppose they've got nothing to lose at the moment. It's a very good line, very good length also from Andy Bickle. What an amazing contribution Andy Bickle's made for Australia in this World Cup.
Model pro. That's the way Tom Moody described him when he played at Worcester. Absolutely model pro. Gives you everything, whether he's fielding, bowling, batting, and it doesn't matter the situation. Never ever gives up the ghost. Terrific bloke as well. Great lad.
It's a great return. Good average and 16 wickets at under 12. That's away again. That's very well played. That's the second bounder in the over in the same region from Mongia.
You don't associate stroke play with Dinesh Mongia, but this brings up the 200, and this is a better shot than the first one. He gets on top of the bounce, and that's out of the meat of the bat. And that races away. Just look how high he gets here. Gets it down. Associated more as an accumulator initially. Oh. He's on 8 and they both come in 4s.
Run rate now on 6. Fourth block of 50. Pretty much the same as the rest. Just a fraction wide at that time from Andy Bickle. He normally doesn't say too much, but just getting a little bit frustrated at the moment. Shake of the head as well.
Fuller, wider, went after it. Just a little frustration.
Got 2 balls to go in this World Cup, Andy Bickle. Quite remarkable when you think that, I suppose it's fair to say, he was pretty much a spare part, a backup player at the beginning of the World Cup. Wide called now, that was very, very short. Correct call from Steve Buckner. Still got 2 balls to go.
.56 runs conceded. Two balls to go.
In the end, it goes down to third man. Len McGrath's there and tidies up. Andy Bickle's sense of humour is not going to be improved too much by that.
I thought it'd gone straight up to backward point at one stage there, but just a slice to a bit more appeared. And it just kept on going. Well placed.
Screams of catch it, and another little word or two from Andy Bickle. Ended up with a smile on his face. Here we go. This is Andy Bickle's last ball in this World Cup. And no run off that last delivery, so that's the end of Andy Bickle. He's had an outstanding World Cup. He can be very, very proud of himself. 34 overs gone, 203 for 5, and drinks it is.
The signatures of all the World Cup squad. 1,795 plus postage and handling. And for either the bat or the mini jersey, call 1300 650 217. Indian run chase continues. Just to go back over those numbers, 1300 650 217, or visit 9msn.com.au/sport shop for Australian World Cup memorabilia, team signed memorabilia. Only one's available. The bat and the mini jersey. .207 for 5 India. They'll need a big partnership to get themselves back into this match. Which means they're going to have to take risks. Talk us through some of those risks. The Wanderers Stadium in Johannesburg. Mike Hazeman, and with him Ian Boak.
I think it's the height that's the main problem with this. Or is it?
Well, it was the flipper again, and it was very, very well bowled. Seems to have a bit of a swing now, Yuvraj Singh. It obviously skids on the flipper and doesn't bounce as much as normal deliveries. That's gone high. There is a fieldsman converging. Brett Lee it is coming underneath it. And he takes the catch. He covered some good ground there, some 15-20 metres, I suppose, Brett Lee. That's the end of Yuvraj Singh, and surely that's the end of India in this World Cup final.
Hitting against the spin, gone for the big one, chancing his arm in this over. Brad Hogg's final over. It's turning away from him, he's hitting against the spin. Toe ends it. Brett Lee makes a lot of ground. Always had it in his sights. Watched it into the hands. And that's his 7th catch in this World Cup. Not just his wickets, he's contributed with the fielding as well. Yuvraj Singh's gone for 24. It's 208 for 6.
Harbhajan Singh next man in, averaging just over 12. Brad Hogg continues. A quicker one again, just sliding a bit leg side. We'll have to wait for confirmation from Dave Shepherd. Leg by it is.
That's the dismissal of Yuvraj Singh. You can see the ground that Brett Lee makes. He does well here. He's in the shadow. It's never easy. Makes a lot of ground. Good safe hands. Top fielder. Not just his bowling. Like all these Australians, they contribute in every department. Good catch.
And he doesn't mind the odd celebration as well, Brett Lee. We've seen that consistently throughout the World Cup, whether he's been catching or bowling. But that's the story so far. 35 overs gone, 209 for 6 now, with just Zahir Khan, Ashish Nehra and Javagal Srinath to come. Harbhajan Singh has not faced a delivery. Dinesh Mongia is not out on 12. A little bit of concern for New Zealand, well, Indian coach, I suppose, New Zealander John Wright, that a couple of guys who got starts didn't go on and get big ones, which is exactly what Australia did. Some big totals, including Ricky Ponting, superb 140. Andrew Symonds into the attack now. Looks like he's going to be bowling his medium paces today. We've seen him bowl off spinners from time to time. Conditions here at the Wanderers would suit his medium paces more. 44 wickets, at an average of nearly 35. Finding a rate just under 5. So we looked at 3 dismissals. Here's a look at the 4th one. That is Virender Sehwag about to be run out by Darren Lehmann. A direct hit from him, and he was found well short in the end. Brilliant stuff from Lehmann. End of a very good innings as well from Virender Sehwag. Gone back over Andrew Symonds. Is it out? Yes, it is. That is a brilliant catch. Damien Martin, who put one down earlier, has now taken an absolute blinder. Very, very quick indeed across the grass and had to get the dive out.
What's impressive about this is, first of all, he's got a broken finger, so that doesn't help proceedings. But just look at the ground he makes up here as well. Here's Symonds. Dinesh Mongia trying to hit him over the top, high on the bat, so it hasn't got the power and the distance he wanted. Now look at this, makes the ground and then watches it into his hands. So the other thing is, gets his elbows out the way so he doesn't drop it when the ground hits the ground. Terrific catch. Can't keep him out of the game. Runs, catches. Dinesh Mongia's gone. He's gone for 12. It's 209%.
Indian trouble, 209 for 7. Zahir Khan, the next man in. The last man to go was Dinesh Mongia. Very good catch by Damien Martin. Andrew Simons just introduced into the attack. Just his second delivery, and he's picked up a stick already. Zahir Khan not on strike. Harbhajan Singh to face his first ball. Whips it away leg side. He's off the mark with a single. So, gee, what a very good catch this time from Damien Martin.
Just have a look at the ground he makes here. Mongia trying to hit this down the ground, gets it high on the bat. Damien Martin takes off. Watch it, and that's a good catch. It's coming over his shoulder, he's running away. He has to get the dive in as well. Brilliant.
Zahir Khan off the mark in a similar fashion to Harbhajan Singh. Yes, he has put a catch down, Beef, but gee, he's had a wonderful game for a bloke who was in serious doubt yesterday to play. Huge dive. There's a bit of skin from those elbows, I think.
There's a lot of guys that wouldn't have played with a broken finger. Just shows you if you really want to, you can do, and he's been rewarded.
Damien Martin, of course, early today scored 88 runs off 84 deliveries. That's in the air, but it's just chipped over the top. And they'll look to come back for the second. That's the end of the 36 over. A wicket and 4 runs from it. 213 for 7. 13 for 2. India now 213 for 7. So the wickets column is the real concern for them. Sourav Ganguly only made 24. Sachin Tendulkar, that was the first to go. They were the first 2 to go, in fact. So they were huge wickets initially for Australia. And now it's the bowlers. It's Darren Lehmann in the attack now. There's a long off in position. Glenn McGrath just filled that on the bounce. I'll be quite keen to toss the odd one up now. Darren Lehmann.
Moisture picked up with the ball there, just drying it.
He's got long off and long on back as well. Also a man at cow corner, deep backward square, sweep on the offside.
The feeling might be numbers here. That one was blocked.
That one's not. He's got an edge to it. It's running away towards that third man fence. A little smile on the face of Darren Lehmann. Damien Martin again in the play. A little bit of a fumble. Eventually gets it to Hogg. And 3 runs the result.
Well, blocked the ball before. Been a lovely catch for slip. There isn't one. Picks up 3 runs.
Flat, a little bit rounder that time. Good work from Hogg.
Good fielding.
Swing and a miss. Might have just been out of his crease too, Harbhajan Singh there. Darren Lehmann not smiling this time. Hogg is the chaser, but can't quite tag it. So 4 buys the call.
No, is this a stumping chance? I think it might well be. Ooh, it would have been a tight one, wouldn't it? Been very, very tight. I'm not sure it wouldn't have been given, actually. I think he might well have just had his foot on the line. The line belongs to the umpire, not the batsman.
He's had a couple of swings the last couple of deliveries. Harbhajan Singh, Darren Lehmann just enjoying a little bit of a joke there with Dave Shepherd. Last ball of the over.
Pretty present time, isn't it?
A bit of a look around. Singh probably won't be at a forward defensive shot. Has a go at it, doesn't get all of the bat, so he's going to be able to pick up only a single Matthew Hayden's down there at cow corner. So that's a pretty good over for India. 10 runs from it, 223 for 7. Short ball. Glenn McGrath is down there and he's taken the catch. Andrew Symonds into the attack and he's picked up a couple of quick ones here. Glenn McGrath moved in pretty quickly also from the fence. And that is the 8th wicket down now for India.
Harbhajan Singh might well have been surprised. Symonds bowling in a bounce is probably not what he expected. Well, he helped it on its way. Glenn McGrath at first, a little slow to react, didn't pick it up. But once he did, he doesn't drop those. Good hands. Simple catch. And, Australia on the verge of victory. Harbhajan Singh gone for 7. It's 223 for 8.
He's the non-striker's end at the moment. That'll be a wide, it is. The last man to go was Harbhajan Singh.
Helping the short ball on its way, though, straight to Glenn McGrath. No mistake there. Big hands. Simple catch. Almost going back onto the stumps.
He's got 2 wickets already, has Andrew Symonds. He's just a couple of deliveries into his second over, and that one wasn't too far away. It looked like a fairly solid defensive shot from Zahir Khan, but just watch it spin back off the feet, and then not too far away from that leg stump.
Look at the dismissal of Harbhajan Singh. Just helped it on its way. McGrath, safe a pair of hands as you get in the modern game. In the outfield, makes no mistake.
Single now brings Javagal Srinath on strike. What do you think, Ian? I mean, he's had a very, very good World Cup. He made the comment before this one that it was more than likely the case that he was going to hang up the boots.
Well, I think it's like anything. You've got to take your time on these decisions. There's only you that knows. No one else. No one can tell you. Your decision.
He's definitely added a new dimension with the errors he bowled, and also, of course, with the support that he had from Zahir Khan and Ashish Nehra. Only one game that the 3 seamers didn't do their best, or didn't perform at their very best, was the big one, the final.
And that's where you have to feel a little bit for Sourav Ganguly. I think he made the right decision, but his bowlers have to say, let him down.
Short ball, he's got the pull shot out. It's not going to carry all the way down to Brett Lee. And he's going to pick up a single, Javagal Srinath. So that's the end of the over. 3 runs from it. A wicket as well for Andrew Symonds. 38 gone, 226 for 8. 6 for 8, that's a bit of a dismal card for India, chasing that huge total, of course, that Australia said early. A change of voice in the commentary box now. It's Richie Benaud. First of all, it'll be Ravi Shastri.
Thank you, Mike. As expected, Brett Lee now being brought back to try and finish things off. He's got 21 wickets in this World Cup. Another couple of wickets will make him the joint highest wicket taker, along with Chaminda Vaas. And he has the opportunity to do that here. Srinath, the man on strike, just Ashish Nehra to come.
There's a bit of room for the stroke there. Brett Lee has had a very good World Cup, apart from taking some excellent catches, one of which we just saw. He's also bowled extremely well. The thing that surprised me was it took him so long to get onto that very extensive list of players vying for the position of player of the tournament. He didn't appear until just the other day.
Yes, and he's made a huge impact on wins for Australia. Genuine strike bowler. He's destroyed top orders. That's another one. It's on the cards. Srinath wasn't bothered coming in line. 22 wickets for Brett Lee.
Well, that would have been a very good Yorker against anyone. Against Yarborough, it was just about unstoppable, I reckon. Leg stump. I thought it might have been middle and leg, but he's just got leg. Picked up another wicket, and it's 226 for 9 now. David Shepherd just wipes his brow in the background.
One wicket away from winning their third World Cup. 87 they won it for the first time, then 99. And that's the last man to go. Now Mehra. Well, he made contact, but you always knew what Brett Lee was trying. And Srinath was never looking to come to line, and this was fast and full. And now some more fielders in the slip cordon. There's a slip, and you could say a fourth slip and another gully.
Looks as though those storm clouds have passed us by. Around about this time of the day in Joburg, you've always got the chance of a storm, but a fierce one last night. And then another one this morning around about 5:30. And then we've had some rain here today, but we only got the fringe of the storm that was sweeping past. And that is something for which everyone can be grateful. Players, spectators, crowd of 31,000 here today, and television viewers at home.
That's in the air, will clear mid off. It was right in the slot for Nehra.
Well, just a question of what's going through Nehra's mind at the moment. Is he actually pleased that he's smashed the fastest bowler, most consistent fast bowler in the world, straight down the ground? And what's going through Lee's mind? It may be even more important.
Yes, he wants to adjust his onside field. Brett Lee is looking towards square leg and fine leg. And he wants him in a leg gully position. In fact, Ricky Ponting wants him. Now what's going through Nehra's mind?
He's probably thinking this is a great compliment to me. People changing their field settings for me.
He smashed it through mid-on this time. He'll get another boundary. That will end the over. 234 for 9. 234 for 9. Another bowling change being brought about. Glenn McGrath being brought back into the attack. Still 11 overs remaining, but I think Ricky Ponting wants to get out of here as quickly as possible. Brought back Lee, now McGrath. Saw what happened there. Glenn McGrath was changing his boots. Steve Buckner quietly picking one up in his hands.
Might be going to make a comeback, Steve. Oh, I see now why he might want another pair.
Tall man, same size, maybe.
And it's a very, very big day for Ricky Ponting. His first World Cup, He's vice-captain of the Test side going to the West Indies, and here in South Africa he's had a try.
Yes, and you can see the Australian players, they're delighted. They played outstanding cricket right through the World Cup. The only team that's finished unbeaten. They've won This is the last man to be dismissed. Zahir Khan getting it high on the bat. And a simple catch for Darren Lehmann.
All sorts of heroes around. Andy Bickle's one, unsung lots of times. And today, Darren Lehmann took the catch that won the match and lifted the cup. And he scored the winning runs in 1999 as well at Lord's at the game against Pakistan. Well, I've had a terrific time at the World Cup. Matches have been good, the format excellent, and the standard of cricket at times absolutely brilliant. And it's been long, but very, very good.
Yes, thank you, Richie. Gibano's left us. Mike Haseman's come right back into the seat. And Mike, you would have to say, it's a team that deserves it. And to be honest, no team came really close to beating them.
Yes, that's right, Ravi. Ricky Ponting, of course, has led his charges superbly today. Magnificent 100. And he's got a huge smile on his face. Yes, they've been outstanding throughout the entire World Cup, undefeated. They made some statements before they arrived in South Africa they could be undefeated or will be undefeated in the World Cup. Well, they've now done it. So it really has been a very, very big day for Australian cricket. Outplayed India totally today. Glenn McGrath just giving a bit of a message. 3 for 52 his return in the end, and of course that very important first wicket of Sachin Tendulkar. There's the manager, John Buchanan, on the far right with the white hat. He'll be very, very excited about this victory. And there'll be celebrations tonight, Ravi, in the Australian hotel and wherever they might go, and of course all around Johannesburg, let alone in Australia.
Can be rest assured about that. Plenty of Australian supporters all around the ground. The Indian supporters, they'll be disappointed, but they must take heart in the fact that India competed well in this tournament. They were outplayed in the final. And that's after Sourav Ganguly won the toss, decided to field first, and Australia put up that huge score on the board. 359 for 2. Well, one of the heroes of today's game, apart from Ponting, was Damien Martyn. He made 88 not out. He's now talking to Mark Taylor.
Played on half ball Australians, mate. What was going through your mind there when you had to go up for rain?
Disappointing. We knew rain was coming, but we just sat there. It's hard to think about it. We wanted to push the game today. We're playing well, so it was out of our control. We just sat there very quietly and hoped the rain stopped.
About the partnership between yourself and Ricky, absolutely outstanding to watch. Must have been a great moment in your career.
Yeah, mate, it's one of my best moments. Leading up to this game, there was doubts with the injury, and there's always that nervous tension going into the game with it, you know, with the finger the way it was. But look, Ricky batted fantastic. It was great to build a partnership, and you know, we're looking for, you know, to set a big total batting first and then come out and bowl well.
Well, you were part of the World Cup squad in 1999. Didn't play the final though. That must have been a disappointment. Does this make up for it today?
It certainly does. You know, I was a spare batsman in 99. It was a fantastic win then. The last four years, there's been a lot of hard work done by a lot of people, and today it all comes to an end, and it's a fantastic win for the boys and all Australians today. It should be very proud.
When you came over here, did you think you'd go through the tournament undefeated and win the final so comfortably?
No, I mean, our goal was to go undefeated through. We've always wanted to play and win. Look, we've done some hard yards this tournament. We played well. Just out today, you know, it's very emotional. It's one of those things. We just wanted to try and win the game, bat well and bowl well, and it worked out that way. So it's a great win for the boys. Fantastic.
Well, mate, certainly well done. From all the people watching today, it was a fabulous partnership between yourself and Ricky Ponting. You deserve the victory. Go and enjoy the day.
Got to say, mate, thanks to all the Australians that come out and support us all World Cup. Thank you.
Well done, Darren.
That partnership was 234 of 184 balls, so it was magnificent that Mark Taylor was talking about, and interesting to see that Damien Martyn yesterday almost didn't play. There's the celebrations, of course, the players making the way up to the coach and also the management, and you can see that everyone is extremely happy. seen to be going on for some time tonight, one would imagine. Now, one of the very important men of this World Cup has been Dr. Ali Barker, and Mark Taylor has caught up with him.
Yes, I've got Ali Barker with me down here. Ali, are you delighted with what the World Cup brought to South Africa?
Yes, we always wanted to be a special event for South Africa, Africa and world cricket. I think it has been achieved. We received wonderful support from our central government, from the cities. Half our cabinet are here to watch the final. The volunteers have been brilliant, and it's extraordinary in today's times that it was a totally safe and secure World Cup event. Our South African police were fantastic. The volunteers were refreshing. They sold South Africa like never before. We've left behind a lot of legacy projects, which are here for the years for South African cricket. We've created 50 projects in the disadvantaged areas of South Africa, grass cricket ovals. So overall, we're very, very happy with what has been achieved. There have been thousands of international visitors into South Africa. This has been good for tourism, creating jobs for the people who don't have jobs in this country. So overall, we're very excited. I think at the end of the day, it's a question of what the marketplace says, and the indications are that it has been very well received. And on that basis, we're delighted. The international media have been in this country, South African media, the television has been outstanding. Really, congratulations to Octagon CSI. The pictures going around the world have been absolutely brilliant. The commentators have been good, and it's been a delight and a privilege for South Africa to be afforded the opportunity of hosting the 8th ICC Cricket World Cup.
Well, I suppose from a parochial point of view, you would have loved to have seen South Africa here today in the final. But you must have been happy to have Australia and India, two of the most supported teams throughout the world.
No, it's a dream final. I mean, the Australians just get better and better. They're a brilliant outfit, and congratulations to their team, absolutely brilliant. The Indians, probably by their own admission, could have played a bit better today. They have Sachin Tendulkar as probably the second best batsman of all time, and unfortunately for India, he got out very early. But both two teams were the best in this tournament, and quite rightly deserve to play in this final.
Oh, well, Ali, congratulations from all of us. I think the World Cup's been a great success. I've enjoyed the grounds myself. I think the groundsmen have done a wonderful job and put out a wonderful World Cup. Congratulations, and I suppose look forward in 4 years' time. Thanks for your time today.
Thanks, Mark. Thank you.
So look back at the final. Australia, after being asked to bat first, after India won the toss after 50 overs, 359 for 2. Ponting was magnificent, 140 not out. And then India in reply, 234. With Vrinder Sehwag the top scorer with 82, and Dravid chipped in with 47. McGrath 3 for 52, and Lee also 2 for 31 with Simons. Let's not forget him, 2 for 7. And Australia won by 125 runs, and also of course win the 2000.
From that stage onwards, it looked like that's the only thing that he was going to win on the day. Adam Gilchrist got Australia off to a flyer, as we've become used to really with the Gilchrist-Hayden opening batting partnership, and then what we saw from Ponting and Martin I thought was just superb.
Yes, Ricky Ponting with that last boundary, that gives him the highest score in a World Cup final, beats Viv Richards 138 not out in the 79 final. And as I said at the start of the game, as a captain, he has just matured. I reckon from the time of the VB final series, he's just been getting better and better. You said that Sourav Ganguly won the toss and sent Australia in. He just wasn't backed up by his bowlers. And I think you've got to look at Zahir Khan and Javagal Srinath as the two main offenders, because with the new ball, it was doing a lot. And they really had the opportunity to get India into the game right at the start, but no chance the way they bowled.
And you have a look at those run rates on the far right-hand column, and you know, nothing basically under 5 right throughout that card, and the top two, you know, they just started getting